What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, September 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we turn our attention to Sam Houston, the ghost of Sam Houston, as Bucky's been calling them. We will preview the Longhorns' Saturday night tilt against the Bearcats of Sam Houston, plus a little NFL conversation, a big change with the transfer portal in college football, some Major League Baseball chatter, and you've heard of Florida man. How about Florida boys in the news this week? Of course, our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us at about 8:40 to give you his picks for the football weekend. We've got a lot to dive into on a Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. Appreciate y'all starting your days off with us. A buck on to you this morning, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing okay, man. It's just a beautiful morning out here. Boy, is it nice and cool outside. I got to believe it's about 65, 60 degrees. It's gorgeous out. Wish it would stay like that straight through, but nope, we're going to be into the 90s again today and for the remainder of the week and into next week. Or the temperatures are going to be just a little higher than normal, but possible rain in sight later next week, maybe Wednesday or so, but maybe some showers here or there. But BK, it's still going to be in the 90s. That's not going away.
No, it is 71 degrees in Austin, Texas at the moment. And yeah, we do have highs in the 90s today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and into next week.
That's okay. In 4 days, it's officially fall. So that's good. That's good, isn't it?
That is good.
Yeah.
We like fall.
Yes, we do.
Best time of the sports calendar.
Absolutely. October is spectacular.
Are you a pumpkin guy?
No, I don't play with pumpkins. I don't put them out. I don't. No. My mother was a pumpkin lady and putting candles in pumpkins and leaving them out in front of the house, but I don't do that now. Those things will get smashed. People are goofy now. They'll smash a pumpkin just for the hell of it. I mean, why?
You think someone's going to jump over the fence on your property and smash a pumpkin and just leave?
Oh, no. They're not jumping over this fence. All they have to do is hear the bark, and they're like, I'm not doing that.
That's why I think you're okay. I mean, if I put a pumpkin on my apartment's front porch, I could be in trouble. But I think you could put a pumpkin out and no one's
You put a
touching
pumpkin on there, the girls from upstairs will steal it and make pumpkin pie.
I will smash a pumpkin on their front door is what I will do. Because I still have not heard back from them. It's been going on 40 hours since my incredibly nice and respectful text to my upstairs neighbor, and still I've yet to receive a response.
Well, there's nothing you can help her with, so there's no response necessary from her. You can't do anything for her, so she's not going to say, hey, thanks for the thought. She's not going to say no. It's just,
well, I did tell her that I would definitely keep her in mind if a position opened up in the future. Don't you think that's a door she would like to leave open?
I would say, hey, I appreciate that thought. So if it happens, just let me know.
Right. That's what I would do too. I feel like that's what a good person would do in a situation like that.
She's figured this out. She doesn't fit the standards, and she's already figured it out. I'm just not good enough.
She doesn't fit the standards of a person who should be walking this earth.
Wow.
That's where I'm at now. I've told you the last couple of days.
It's turned into that.
It hasn't been taking up any headspace until right now. Now I'm thinking about it.
No.
Now I'm thinking about our next altercation in person and what I need to say to set this straight.
Next time she sees you, she's going to speak to you.
You think so?
Yeah, those days are over with. She's going to have enough. If she's got enough nerve to stick a note on your door and ask you about a job, she's going to say hello. They're not going to ignore you anymore.
The only way that happens is if I start the conversation first. And I've tried to just wave or say hello in the past. I don't even know if that's going to get it done. I think I have to be like, hey, how are you, to get a response.
Just get a fake eviction notice and put it on the door.
Now we're talking here. I like that.
No, see, that's when guys get involved, they can go kind of deep. The girls will only go so far and then they'll stop. Guys will take it to the limit. So it's just, dude, just be kind. Just be kind. You don't have to do a thing. From this point on, you don't have to do a thing.
Being kind has gotten me very far in this interaction, but
well, we're not worried about this interaction. Remember, you're one of the nicest guys. People have said you're the nicest man on earth. So
a lot of people have said that. Yes, indeed.
Don't let the two people upstairs destroy what people think about you. So just keep on that path.
Okay.
There are only two people.
Who live in that room?
Yeah, that's, I guess, unless they have others up there that we don't know about.
I haven't seen others walking in and out. I would be very intrigued if folks were coming in and out of that room all the time. Then I would have more interest in talking to them. But no, I think it's just those two and the little tiny rat dog that they have.
Yeah, you'll end up with some conversation with them now.
Okay.
The ice really has been broken for the second time, really. They broke the ice when they asked you to help them. And now for the second time, and it's been 2 years, it's time to break the ice again. And she did with that. So conversation will be had.
You think there's a chance that I misread the phone number that she left on the note and I texted the wrong person? Maybe that's why she hasn't responded.
Oh, and now you've crossed it all out, so you don't really know what it is.
Uh-oh.
No, don't do anything else. You don't know.
All right, we're letting it go.
You gotta let it go. I know it's hard for you, but just let it go.
All right, Frozen. I will let it go.
Let it go for sure. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do for all of us. We appreciate what you do and what you've always done for us. And to you and your families, thank your families for sharing you with all of us. Please be careful out there.
Buck on to our troops, buck off to my upstairs neighbors.
Wow.
We'll take your. Yeah, of course they do. Wow. That feels like an easy one, right?
I guess.
Yeah, I'll take your buck-ons and buck-offs all
You're
morning long.
You're going to be the better person for all this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I already am compared to them. Now that's a low bar to clear, but yeah, I feel confident that I am doing the right thing. And who knows? Next time I see them, I might say, "Hey, did you get my text?"
Yeah, that's all you have to say. Did you get my text?
Yeah, and that way,
you know what they're going to
say?
I
actually texted the right person.
They're going to say no.
You think they'll say no?
Probably.
Might be right. All right. Well, no more updates in that story because we still have not received a response. Buck, it's not often where you use the term "get right game" when you're talking about the game after a win. Texas beat UTEP last week. They beat them by 3 scores last week. So normally you wouldn't use the term "get right game" to talk about this weekend's matchup against Sam Houston. But for the Longhorn offense, this feels very much like a get right game. And this Sam Houston defense is bad. This whole Sam Houston team is bad. Spent a little time last night doing some more research on this group. And it's interesting. Sam Houston won 10 games last year. They were 10-3. They actually beat Texas State at one point in the regular season.
And how hard that is to do.
That's hard to do. They won the New Orleans Bowl against Georgia Southern. It was their first bowl win in program history. Now, keep in mind, Sam Houston has only been an FBS school for 2 years. So they were really solid in the FCS for a while. They won a national championship 4 or 5 years ago at that level. And they made the move up to the FBS in 2023. They were 3-9 in year one. They were 10-3 in year two. You're wondering, well, why are they so bad this year? What happened? Well, they lost their head coach, Casey Keeler, who took the gig at Temple, and he took his entire staff with him, and he basically took Sam Houston's entire team with him through the portal. But Sam Houston brought in 55 transfers this offseason. You talk about an overhaul, you talk about a rebuild. That's exactly what this Sam Houston team has done, and they are 0-3 with losses to Western Kentucky, UNLV, and Hawaii and they've given up at least 37 points in all 3 of those games. So an opportunity here for the Texas offense to get right.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to happen no matter if they had their same exact team from last year. It should be that way, but this is a team that has no depth to it, obviously, when you lose that many players. And then it's trying to get the communications when you got everybody new coaches, new players, guys probably in different positions. This is going to be hard for them. This is one of those. Hopefully, they don't get a bunch of players hurt, then they can finish out the season. They don't get guys knocked out of the game. And for Texas, it's just get back, just play the fundamentals of the game the right way. Get all your you can physically manhandle this group and be sloppy and win the game by a bunch of points, but don't be sloppy. Find your right reads, have some nice runs, have some explosive plays, play great defense. I don't know how they're going to score any points.
Right.
You'll have to gift them points in order for them to score.
Yeah. I mean, their defense is bad, but their offensive numbers aren't much better. I mean, they're averaging 21.7 points per game. That's 82nd in the country. They're 107th in total offense in the country. They've lost every game by at least 3 scores. Actually, they've lost all 3 games by 17 points exactly. But yeah, like not only have they not won anything, they haven't really been close in any of these games, and they haven't played a team anywhere close to the caliber of Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if this team is already ready to roll over. I mean, they may have to because the physicality of the game, they can't withstand it. You don't know how long the coach is going to play his starters. I know he's trying to get used to certain guys, but he's got a remainder of the season to try to play and survive. You got to survive after the Texas game. And dude, he's going to be very careful on what he does with his football team. So if the Horns don't look good offensively in this game, it'll be so sad. But they will. I mean, you're no matter what, you're going to win by 3 touchdowns at the least. You're going to win by that just by showing up at the stadium against this group. And it's just the dumb things that we'll notice. Why did this happen? Why didn't they do that? It'll be a bunch of why nots more than, if they do something, I'm not going to get overly excited about it. But if they don't do certain things, it's going to be a bunch of why nots. Got to get that fixed in the bye week,
Mm-hmm. And Texas is currently a 39.5-point favorite.
Right.
So the line's actually gone down. I think it opened up at 41.5, and I think there are a lot of folks around the country who have watched Texas offense the last couple of weeks, and they're like, I don't know if Texas can score enough to cover that line. So I guess the money's been coming in on the Bearcats to at least cover. But, I don't think – look, nobody was satisfied with a 17-point win last week. So if it is just that 3-touchdown win that you're talking about, I think there are going to be a lot of Longhorn fans who are very upset. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, a win is a win. But, look, if you blow out Sam Houston, there won't be a ton of people around the nation giving you credit. This is what's supposed to happen when Texas plays Sam Houston.
It's supposed to be it's supposed to be in the 70s, like some of these teams where, Alabama in week 2 and some of these other teams that played teams of this caliber score 70-0, 70-3, 58-14. I mean, but like I said, I don't even know how they can get to 14. You have to gift them at least 7 points somehow. They're not going to be able to earn it on your defense. So it's do all the things that you need to do as a team. Get your quarterback straight, then have a week off, get a little time away from football, and then get right back to work because it's going to be hell down in Swampland.
Oh, when we go play 1-3 Florida, that'll be hell.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then again, they have a team after this week. They got to play Miami in Miami. Who knows how they're going to be?
Right. Yeah. That's a great question. That's a big game for them. I mean, I would like to see Texas go belt to ass against Sam Houston, as the kids say. And the Longhorns and Bearcats have played once before. That was in 2006. Texas won here in Austin 56-3. I would take that.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's nothing to do with the score that's going to do any good in my mind anyway. So it's just going to be, I like to see what they do in on the offense. What is it? Are they doing anything unique? Are they changing some? Are they putting two backs in the backfield? Do they have a bell cow running back? Is the quarterback straight? Does the line create holes for the backs to run through?
Yeah.
And is the throwing game back to where the quarterback's a little bit more accurate? Is the tight end back involved? Those are the things I'm looking for. The score won't really. I mean, they can score 80 to nothing, and I'm not going to jump up and down about this is fantastic. I'm just going to say, well, let's just see how it works in 2 weeks when they get to SEC play. This team that they're playing, BK. This is an unbelievable mismatch.
It is. And honestly, right now, it feels like the stoppable object versus the movable force.
Yes.
When you compare some of the numbers between the Longhorn offense and the Bearcat defense. I mean, look, talk about get right opportunities. We have spent a lot of time talking about how horrible Texas has been on third down this year. The Longhorns rank 126th out of 136 teams in third down offense. Well, here's the good news. Sam Houston's defense ranks 121st in the country on third down. And
you may not even see a lot of third downs.
I hope you don't see a ton of third downs, but when you do, it's inevitable you will see some. It'd be really nice to see you convert a good number of those. What about red zone offense, Buck? Still an issue. As much as Steve Sarkeesian wishes it wasn't, the Longhorns rank 130th in the nation in red zone.
How about if I'm disappointed in the fact that they don't get in the scoring zone, they don't get in the end zone 100% of the time this week?
Well, to your point, Texas is scoring points 61.5% of the time they get into the red zone. That's touchdowns or field goals. Sam Houston is tied for dead last in the country in red zone defense.
Wow.
They've allowed points on 100% of their opponent possessions that have gotten inside the 20-yard line.
Well, that should stay that way, whether it's kicking a field goal. That's just getting any kind of points. That should be 100%.
It should be 100% touchdowns, shouldn't it?
I'd like for it to be.
I think Steve Sarkeesian's going to remain aggressive. Look, if Texas has like a 4th and 10 in the red area, they'll trot Mason Shipley onto the field. But if they have like a 4th and 3 or shorter, then they're going to go for it. And look, Texas has been pretty bad on 4th downs too. You would like to see them, number one, not have a lot of 4th downs because you feel like 3 should be more than enough against this group. But if you do end up going for it and being aggressive on 4th down, which Steve Sarkeesian told us on Monday, he's not planning on changing his style of aggressiveness on those 4th downs, you better be able to convert. You were 2 of 5 last week against UTEP on 4th down. That ain't good enough.
Man.
Yeah. By the way, Texas, they are 5 for 12 on 4th down attempts this year. It's about 41% and some change. They are 1 for 6 on 4th down passes this year. The only one 4th down passing conversion that they have was from Matthew Caldwell, the backup, finding Khalil Lockett, like your 6th or 7th string wide receiver, to convert a 4th down. So, yeah, not good.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a really nice, clean game where, everybody knows in the stands what it's supposed to be like physically, what you're going to do to them. Have some nice long runs, big runs, get your running backs ready for, league play, and most of all, get your quarterback ready.
Yeah.
Let him, hey, coach, let him be himself. Let Arch be Arch, or whatever that means.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either.
I was going to ask you if you had something for that, but
I don't know what that means. Well, I've seen Arch be Arch over the last couple of games. That's not good. Let Arch be Peyton. How's that?
I love that. Yeah, let Arch be Peyton or let Arch be Eli. There you go.
That's what we need to say. That's what he needs to say.
That's the new saying right there. Well, this is interesting. This is Joel Klatt, who is Fox Sports' #1 college football analyst. Of course, a guy who played quarterback in college football. Didn't fare too well when he went up against Texas, but that's okay. Joel Klatt on his podcast yesterday was talking about Arch Manning and his struggles and what he has seen from Arch and maybe why things aren't going the way that we would like.
Personally believe after watching Arch, he is too fast. right now. He is pressing and he is ahead of the offense. That's the way it looks. Maybe not on every single play, but certainly on several plays. So here's what I see is I see that Arch gets back there and he has time to throw. And then before the picture can develop, you can tell his eyes are already shifting from the first place he's looking to the second place he's looking. So he's going from 1 to 2 before the picture ever materializes. He's ahead of the timing of the offense. Well, when that happens, typically you lose your balance, you lose your pocket presence, your eyes go down because you're anticipating that the clock is moving too fast. So your eyes go down, your pocket awareness crumbles. You miss open wide receivers. And when you do let go of the football, you're moving so fast in your own mind, you typically throw those balls short. Why? Because you jump at them. Your front foot gets out just a little bit too high. You jump at the throw and the ball tends to nose down and be short. If you're looking at the bulk of the incompletions for Arch Manning so far, they are underthrown. A couple of them woefully, going back to that game against Ohio State, and then several more in the last couple of games. Even when he's just trying to throw a quick hitter on the outside, it's too far low and away. Everything is trending down and away from the wide receivers. Very few passes from Arch so far this year have been in rhythm, in balance, and in the frame of the wide receiver. That's what's going on right now.
Well, I'll take it from him. He's a quarterback. He knows the mechanics of it. I have no clue about the mechanics of it. I just know it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like the timing is there, whether it's too slow, too fast, sped up. I just know that for a group that's not all that great on the offensive line, he's had plenty of time at times to throw the ball into windows or second choices or whatever. He's just not completed the pass. So the mechanics of it, he would know more than most. He played the quarterback position. So those are the things I just like to see, the rhythm and the timing straight. Like I said, points won't really matter because to me, hell, every time you punt the ball and the guy returns a punch, 2 of them should go to the house. You know, that's kind of how I feel in this deal. That's the kind of athletes you have versus the athletes that they have and what program they have going on right now in year number 1 for a coach. So like I said, you put 80 on them, it really won't matter. It's just some of the things with some of the guys that need to be straightened out. This is the last chance for them to get straight. I don't think you get straight versus Florida. That's once you get in the SEC play, BK. That's not the time when you start saying, okay, now these guys will get better. They're playing against competition like them, so they feel better about it. No, that's not how that's going to work.
You put 80 on the scoreboard this weekend. That doesn't mean anything.
You put 80 on the scoreboard.
That has to mean something.
Yeah,
I know this group is not good. Like, you're doubling the Vegas line if you score 80 points against this group. That doesn't mean anything. I'm not telling you Sam Houston's good, but like you wouldn't get any confidence in this Texas offense if they score 80 points in a game against any college team.
I wouldn't. That wouldn't for me. It wouldn't make me feel any better about going to the SEC. I mean, I got to see. I mean, what if the defense scores 30 themselves? What if they pick all those passes and go back the other way? What if they scoop and score and things like that? I mean, just because they're, superior to the team they're playing. What if the offense just looks okay? They don't look great.
Yeah, they're not scoring 80 points if they just look okay. That's my point. Like, yeah, they could get to 40 and just look okay. Like they got to 30.
I think they can look okay. I think they can get in the 50s against this team and look okay.
Well, look, if the defense scores 3 touchdowns and the team gets into the 50s, then that means the offense got into the 30s, and there will be some questions. But
to me, it's more like how they look than what they scored. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah, I just think those two things are in cahoots, right? Like, it's probably a stupid thing to spend time talking about, but you can't look bad and score 80 points, I guess is what I'm saying. So that will mean that they look good if they get to a 70 or 80 point number, I think. But you're right. I mean,
they may look good if they get to a 45 number or a 50 number.
That's a huge difference, Buck. Huge difference. So, yeah, I test individual stats. Those things absolutely matter. And if those two things are good, then Texas as a team is going to score a lot of points. And that's what we all want. We don't want to have to pick and choose. Like, are they going to score a lot as a team, or is the eye test going to look good? Is it going to be defensive touchdown? Now, you want everybody firing on all cylinders in this game because you're right. It's your last chance before conference play.
Yeah.
And look, Florida's not the best team you'll see in the SEC, but you're still on the road in the swamp, a hostile environment on a team that's kind of fighting for its life. And yeah, you don't want to have more questions than answers going into that game because right now it feels like you do, at least on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they'll be fine on defense. Like I said, I don't know how that team will score. Whatever, like I said, whatever, somebody's going to give them a gift somewhere. If they get 14, 7 of them are gifted.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they got to 14.
Yeah.
I mean, San Jose State had a better offense. You held them to 7. UTEP got to 10, but they got a very garbage time touchdown at the end of the game. And Sark, by the way, said he wasn't happy about that on Monday. So it's like I don't think the Texas defense has been getting a bunch of pats on the backs this week. I think they're not thrilled with that drive going down the way that it did. So yeah, I'd be very surprised. You're right. Like if they do get to 14, that means it's probably a pick 6 or a scoop and score in there. So yeah, hopefully, look, you feel like the defense and the kicking game are ready to go for conference play, right?
I do.
I'd like to say the return game is there, but even against UTEP, when you had a few good returns from Ryan Niblett, you still had a couple of penalties on kick and punt return that you would like to not see. So I don't think you've seen enough good from that part of special teams to say that that's completely solved yet. But the kicking game, I mean, Mason Shipley's 3 for 3. Your punter, Jack Bomeister, looks very good. The defense has picked up right where they left off last year.
Yeah, they cover kicks, they cover punts. Well, they're doing all those things that they need to do with their special teams. So
now, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, they'll get down there. They got enough athletes in a game like this. And as I said before, then they work on it again the following week when they're off a little bit. They'll be fine when it comes to special teams. It's just we want to see the quarterback play well.
That's it. That's the number one thing, right?
Yes.
And look, like you said, I mean, I can't speak to all of the mechanical things that Joe Klatt's talking about, but
right, me either.
He's right about Arch Manning woefully underthrowing a lot of these balls. And I think about, he talked about those quick hitters to the outside where everything's low and away. I think about that. And we showed the screenshot of the attempt to Ryan Wingo on that quick hitter on the right side of the field. And that ball was way low and way away. Yep. And, I guess the good news, all we really care about is the results. But you look at a lot of these plays, Arch Manning's eyes are in the right spot on a lot of these dropbacks. Not everyone, but he usually is looking at one point in his progression, he is looking at the receiver he's supposed to throw the ball to. Just too often, I don't know if he's not trusting his mechanics or he's so sped up that he's like, I got to get to the next guy, or I don't know what it is, but too often he's not throwing to the guy that he's supposed to throw to.
Well, if the guy you're supposed to throw to is open, the ball should be gone to that person.
Exactly. And that's not happening.
That's why they have number one. That's why they tell you, the quarterback coach is telling you, here's your first choice, here's your second, here's your last option over here. If your first option is open, that guy should be getting the ball.
100%. And it's just not happening enough. And the times when Arch Manning is throwing to his first option, it's not accurate enough. So, there's a lot of the guys are being schemed open, and I think Arch's eyes are in the right spot. It's just the process of going from there to the ball actually getting completed is not happening enough. So you do it this weekend. You're playing the 130th best pass defense in the
oh my goodness,
out of 136 teams. So some people have already panicked. Some people have already called for Matthew Caldwell. I think that's ridiculous. I think probably the people who are doing that were the people calling for more Arch Manning over Quinn Ewers last year. It looks like Sark made the right decision sticking with Quinn last year.
Yeah, it just shows me that he knew something last year about Arch Manning, that there's a reason why you didn't see a lot of him, because he saw him at practice. He saw some of the things that he didn't do. I got to trust in the head coach who sees him all the time to let you know that's why you didn't see a lot of him last year, because he wasn't ready for that.
I guess so. And it's confusing because he looked better when he did play last year, but he hasn't looked great this year, and that's what matters. So Plenty
Yeah,
of
because
time.
you're a starter now. You go out, the pressure is on you.
Right.
All the downs, not coming off the bench or knowing the following week you're going to be the starter because somebody got hurt. It's on you every snap now.
There's never been more pressure on a first-year starter in the history of college football than there has been on Arch Manning. I absolutely think that's a factor here. And he's got to find a way to get out of his own head a little bit. And a lot of folks have suggested a meeting with a sports psychologist. I have no idea if that's happened. I don't think anybody in the press has asked Sark about that. But yeah, it's something going on upstairs that I would like to see corrected before conference play rolls around. So
Yeah, I mean, they have people for that. He also has a bunch of uncles. He should be. I'm guaranteed they're calling him and talking to him. They want to talk to him, 24/7. He's got enough support system around him, but he's just got to go do it himself. It's all there right in front of him. Just go. You got to do it.
Right. That's it. All right. Saturday night, 7:00, Texas and Sam Houston. We'll talk more about this game. We've got more sound from Sark's Monday press conference. Of course, he will meet with the media later today. We also have a couple of injury updates from the head coach as well before we dive back into any of those. How about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Absolutely. Say hello to our friends over at Tony C's Pizza. It is a Thursday, and Thursday is a great day for a pizza pie, BK, for sure. Austin original coal-fired pizza, serving that Italian style, of course, New York style Italian pizza, and of course the rest of the cookbook of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been a part of the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. 2 for Tuesdays, Unwind Wednesdays yesterday, and Thursdays. Just a great time to go get a pizza pie for sure. Locations at Highway 79 in Round Rock, right by the Dell Diamond. Of course, Anderson Lane, and then there is Bee Caves. Love that Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Never a bad day for some Tony C's Pizza. Never
Absolutely.
a bad day. Never a bad day for one of these.
Oh, you're getting cream this morning.
Nothing wrong with getting creamed in the morning.
There you go.
Shout out to the OLIPOP.
Love
cream
it.
soda, one of my favorite flavors. I think this is my favorite flavor of
Very
OLIPOP.
nice.
It tastes just like a cream soda. I've been a cream soda fan for my entire life because I've been a fan of creaming my entire
You've been
life.
a fan of creaming your entire life.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Let the record show that is true, Judge. Love the OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Unlike the cream sodas that I drank before OLIPOP, this stuff has ingredients that support good digestive health. You've got prebiotics, you've got botanicals, you've got plant fibers, you've got 9 grams of fiber in every single can of OLIPOP. Plus, how about this? Only 2 grams of sugar. When's the last time you've had a soda with 2 grams of sugar? Probably haven't, unless you've had OLIPOP before. More than 20 flavors to choose from. You can pick them up anywhere you buy your groceries. HEB, Whole Foods, Costco, Walmart, Target, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
And folks, our good friends at Relax the Back, they embrace a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Let me tell you, I wouldn't be able to do this show without this wonderful chair that I got from Relax the Back years ago. They have all the accessories, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, human scale office chairs, of course, 0 gravity recliners just for you over at their locations. And they've got 2 great locations. As I said, I've been struggling with my back it's been a week now. And without this chair, there is just no way that I could do it. I couldn't can't be sitting in the big taco over there. I've got to have this chair that has all this great support. And as I said, at their 2 locations, they've got accessories that are going to help you. If you got shoulder, neck, back problems, please head on over to one of their locations. One is at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free when you can, like the Buck, at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. My guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Ryan's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. So if you or anybody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. Call someone who is going to be there for you, fighting for you every step of the way. That is Hurricane Hecht, 512-938-8929. That's his number, or you can find out more information online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Let Hurricane Hecht flood your wallets with cash. You don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is that he's going to get you the money that you deserve. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Sweet.
All right. Buck, little bit of an injury report for Texas 2 days out of this Sam Houston game. And again, we'll hear more from Steve Sarkeesian later today. So we'll get something a little bit more updated, hopefully later today. But yesterday, Sark was a part of the SEC coaches call, and he was asked about 3 players, Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and Alex January. And he said that he expects to have, quote, a couple of those guys back for sure, end quote. So I don't know what that means. He was asked about 3 people. He says he expects to have a couple of those guys back for sure. I don't know if that means 2 of Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, and Alex January, or just 2 of some of the guys who have missed the last game or 2. But it sounds like some reinforcements could be coming for Texas, and they could use it, especially on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, I mean, they could use the running back who had over 1,000 yards, be healthy and ready to go, but I'm not looking to play him in this particular game. I'm looking over the next 3 weeks to get him healthy, Yeah. He's got a week after this. I mean, he's practiced all week long. I don't need to see him against Sam Houston State. The guy that they gave all the balls to last week, the freshman, I need to see a lot of him. What are they going to do with Gibson? Guys with hamstrings, no, not yet. Not when you got a couple weeks to get them better. Take a chance in a game like this that you're going to score 80 in. That's kind of scary. I don't think I'd do that. If you've held him out of the last 2 because of that, that hamstring, this isn't the one I put him in. I like to see him run around, but that guy's got to be over 90% ready to go in order to put him in a football game with a hamstring. That's at any level. So if he's still in that 80% and you got 2 weeks, that would make sense to put him in the game and get him hurt.
Yeah, I think of the 3 names that Sark mentioned, or I should say Sark was asked about. I think DeAndre Moore is the most likely to return because DeAndre Moore was dealing with a concussion, right? Like he was in the protocol. Now he's out of the protocol. He's been practicing all week. To me, like that guy is the most ready because he doesn't have that soft tissue thing that tends to linger.
He just got a soft melon.
Just has a soft melon. Maybe a little softer now than what it was before the hit he took.
Yeah, and the hit, he's not going to take – that group isn't going to hit him. The only thing that's going to hit him hard is the turf.
Yeah, so I think DeAndre Moore is probably going to play on Saturday. And, look, you could use him too because you're looking for answers. You're looking for answers in your passing game. Now, not that Arch Manning and DeAndre Moore were lighting up the scoreboard when they were together, but you're looking for all the help that you could get in your passing attack right now. And we know DeAndre Moore is a pretty good player. So getting him back on the field, I still don't think we'll see Emmett Mosley V this weekend. So getting DeAndre Moore back, having Ryan Wingo still there, having Parker Livingston still there. I mean, 3 of your top 4 guys being available that hopefully can help.
Yeah, hell, Emmett Mosley could have broke his leg and been back by now almost.
Yeah, I don't think it's a broken leg, but
he could have been. Still, it'd been easier to get back quicker. I mean,
yeah.
What does he got? Does he have a bad ankle?
They said lower leg injury is what the insiders have said. I don't think we ever got, an actual diagnosis from Texas.
Somebody knows what's going on. I wonder if he has a toe. I wonder if it's one of those turf toe deals. I hope not, because you know what that does. That sounds like that's the one that lingers on forever. And you may play 1 week, but then the next week you're like on the injured list again. So hopefully it's just a little ankle tweak that he hadn't been able to get over.
Yeah, people I've talked to say that Emmett Mosley V is expected to be back for the Florida game. Now, I don't know if he's been practicing. I know he's been running. So, that's a good sign. I don't know if he's been taking hits in practice just yet. So, because of that, again, I'd be stunned if we saw him against Sam Houston. But he is progressing, and he's at least doing some things physically right now. So, the timeline, I think, is Florida. That's the expectation that he will be back for the start.
Eventually a guy that you brought here that was your number 1 target to bring here, it'd be nice if he played, yes.
Your top transfer, your only transfer wide receiver.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the guy got on the field.
Yeah, it would be. Well, you're looking for answers right now in your passing game, and he's the unknown, right? We haven't seen him, so we're excited about.
We don't even know what he can really. We don't know what he can really do.
No, we saw what he did at Stanford last year, and he put up some very impressive numbers on a very bad team. So the skill is there. He's got a nice combination of size and speed that could help. But yeah, obviously we haven't seen him in a Longhorn uniform with our own eyes. We do know the coaches were raving about him in fall camp before he got hurt. That was like a week, and then he got hurt. So all we have is his numbers from last year and what the coaches have told us this year.
Yeah, I just know the hamstring guys, you can't. There's no reason to take a chance. No. You got enough running backs to beat Sam Houston. You got enough young guys that can get in there and get some experience. If they're ever going to get any experiences, it would be this week, last week, and this week. So,
yeah,
don't do anything different to make it that they have to have all the carries, but run your offense, and they need to learn your offense. So this is a great week for them.
I think you're right. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we saw Trey Wisner. We already know we're not going to see CJ Baxter. Steve Sarkeesian told us that on Monday, but I'm with you 100%. Give Trey Wisner a couple of extra weeks because you should be able to run the ball, and obviously you should be able to win this game pretty easily without Trey on the field. This needs to be a get-right game for the offensive line too, doesn't it, Buck?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Arch, they're included. They're a part of that.
Yeah.
They're very much a part of it. That includes the run game, the pass game, the screen game, the getting downfield, making blocks, getting off of double teams and getting up the field to linebackers. That's all a part of it. It will be difficult if you don't see them able to do that and get a push against this group. They're not getting a push in the swamp. I'm just going to say they're not. If we look in there, there's 40% of them struggling against this group, trying to get the run game going, BK. Forget about it.
I mean, you're probably right? Everything you said makes perfect sense, and it's super rational. I can't, the best game the Texas offensive line has played was the Ohio State game.
Yes.
Where it was like a bunch of 4- and 5-star guys who were equal size and equal strength, and they looked really good in that game.
Well, then what you're telling me now is they're playing down to their competition. Are we going to hear that?
I don't know. I don't
want to hear they're playing down to their competition.
Hey, I'd rather that be the case. And then, every time they play a good defensive line, they play really well because you're going to see a lot of good defensive lines in the SEC.
Yes, you are.
I think I'm going glass half full with that.
You're going to see some good defensive line men on bad defensive teams in the SEC.
Right. 100%. 100%. And look, Florida's a good defensive team. Florida had held LSU to 20 points in Death Valley last week. They lost to South Florida. They lost that game 18-15. They didn't give up a ton of points in that game. Their problem is the offense sucks right now, but their defense has looked pretty good this year. So, yeah, they've got some talented players. They've recruited really well, even though Billy Napier can't coach. He's recruited well. And, yeah, there's some like talent on that roster. So
no, they should be picking up guys physically and moving them out of the spots they want them and putting them where they want to put them.
This weekend?
Yes.
I agree. I agree. And I think
somebody in the running back room should have an outstanding game. It doesn't make any sense if they don't. If a guys are rushing for 47 yards in the game or 56 yards, that's their total for the day. That's not good.
No, and that kind of was the case. James Simon had 67 yards on 17 carries last week. Jarrett Gibson had 64 yards on 18 carries last.
Yeah, your fullback guy, Jarrett Gibson, if he's the starter this week, he should have 130, 140 yard day himself against that or more.
More. Yeah, it'd be nice to see. I don't know. I would think Christian Clark would get the first snaps if Wisner doesn't play. But, I think all three of those guys are going to get some run. But here's Steve Sarkeesian. He was asked about the offensive line on Monday, and he was kind of asked specifically how he thought the offensive line fared in the game against UTEP. Here's what the head coach had to say.
A lot of times when you're facing defenses like we played Saturday, there's so much twisting, stunting, slanting. We had a lot of times we had guys pulling, and there wasn't even anyone there for them to block at times. how do you continue to play? And I think that's where we have to strain differently. It's not your traditional, four down front, fit gaps or odd structure, fit in gaps. It's kind of guys are here, guys are jumping over here, the safety's coming from here, the corner's over there. And so now your football IQ has to rise up, and now you have to play unconventional style and finish plays, and runners have to run that way too. It's not so, hey, this is how you draw it up on the board, because it's fitting different every time. And so, what we tried to do Saturday is kind of repeat some calls so that we could find a little bit of a rhythm into blocking the multitude of looks that we were getting, rather than just keep running new plays. And every time we ran it was the first time they were getting it versus the defense we were getting. And so now it's banking those reps with anticipation of we could see more of stuff like that, and then carry it over into practice and carry it over into the next week of work. And so to me, I think there was a lot to gain from last week's game. There was a lot to learn from in the film work this morning.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting opportunities to run against a different type of defense. I mean, I would be welcoming guys getting out of their gaps. Oh, guys not in this gap, he's supposed to be. Screw that. If they're not, my guys are going out the gate, 88 and out the gate, if you're not in the right gap. So I would venture to say you got enough guys physically that should be knocking guys when they're out of the gaps, if they're in the wrong gaps, knocking guys and opening up big holes. I mean, there's nothing more that I would love when I coach is a team that wanted to put a 7-8 man front up against a counter play. Yeah, if you're not in the right spot, that thing is gone. Mm-hmm. So for me, it was always the more the merrier. Bring them up, coach. Hey, guess what? They're about to blitz. This is great. Go ahead and run this run play. And if you're not where you're supposed to be properly, and you just get an elbow by some offensive lineman, and you're not where you're supposed to be, that thing is going. There's not enough runs against some of these bad teams when they're running these goofy defenses. Your guys are athletic enough to get a body on them. And as I said, I was worried about them, and he just said it. He was worried about vacating areas on some of the runs because the guys coming through the gaps. Shit, that scares me.
Yeah, and some of these guys too, some of these guys who are struggling with the football IQ part of this that Steve Sarkeesian talked about, and I'm only using that term because he used that term. Like DJ Campbell and Cole Hudson are your two most experienced offensive linemen, and those guys just haven't been very good this year. I mean, DJ Campbell has, I think, 5 penalties through 3 games this year. Like that's your most experienced guy. That's your one returning starter from last year. And it's not like, oh, he's playing incredibly well. It's just the penalties. Like this isn't a Laramie Tunsil situation down with the Texans. Right. Like he's really good. He just commits a lot of penalties, and he's going to – no. Like DJ Campbell's not playing well right now, and he's committing a lot of penalties. And it's like that's the one guy who's supposed to be the leader of that offensive line, the guy that you can bank on, and he's not good enough. And then Cole Hudson, who we'll see if he plays because he got banged up last week, like he also has not been good enough at center. So
yeah, and it doesn't help when you got a bunch of straight line runners.
No, it doesn't help either. But I'm looking at some of these run blocking grades too for this Texas offensive line right now. I mean, you look at pass block grades, you look at run block grades. Like everybody outside of Trevor Gooseby has a lot of room for improvement. Trevor Gooseby is playing at a very high level right now. That doesn't surprise anybody with what we saw from him at the end of last season. But I mean, Connor Stroh, who was very impressive in the Ohio State game, has been awful. I don't know why that guy plays as much as he does because he looks horrible. There are way too many plays where he's just like either on the ground or just like looking around for somebody to block. And it's like, well, it's the guy who just tackled your running back, Connor. That was supposed to be your guy. Like they're not getting enough from the offensive line as a whole, but the interior offensive line has just been abysmal this year in run blocking. And it's like, here's like, maybe other teams in the SEC won't twist and stunt as much, or they might look at film and say they can't handle that. So maybe we should do that a bunch. But like I suggested more man blocking. So it's like, that's the guy you block. Go block that guy right there. That's your guy versus trying to zone block because it appears that they cannot do that as well.
No, guys come off too quick. And then when you have a guy who's a guy who's not going to make anybody miss, that doesn't help. It's not, we were expecting them to be a little bit more physical, and they were physical enough against Ohio State. They really were. But since that point, they really haven't. I don't know what has changed about that, Are they spending more time pass protecting than run blocking? What happened from the Ohio State game to now that the physicality like disappeared?
I don't know. They're not very physical, right? They're just not getting much push up front. And, the tight ends also are a part of this too. Like, Sark ran a bunch of 12 personnel last week. And while you're shorthanded some receivers, look, Sark runs a lot of 12 personnel regardless. But while you're down a couple of receivers, I think it made sense that he ran a lot of 12 personnel. And I think you might see more of that on Saturday. And the tight ends just aren't blocking anybody either. And it's like we showed a screenshot the other day of like UTEP's base defense. There were plays where Texas would be in 12 personnel. They had 7 guys set the block for a run, and UTEP would have 5 guys in the box defensively.
Yes.
They're literally like, please run. Like, we dare you to run.
And that's what your back has. Your back has guys off the ball. So you've got to be able to give them a little bit of space, and then they go from there.
100%. Like, it's on both. Like, it's the running back's got to be better, but also it's like this, just the numbers game. You should be able to create huge holes for these guys.
These are stat games. These are stat games for your runners that aren't getting any stats. That's just, it's amazing to me.
No, they're not.
They're stat games. You were ranked the #1 team in the nation going into the season. You've had 2 stat games and your runners have no stats. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's annoying. It's very annoying right there. So look, a lot of new faces on the offensive line, but some of the guys who have been here aren't playing well enough. And again, it's like we got teased by that Ohio State game. So we're thinking they should be better because of what they did in week 1 against an elite defense. And yet these last 2 weeks, they have gone backwards. So
I think the kid who ran the ball last week in the second half of the game, the freshman will have I think he'll have a lot of yards. He's the one that's got some wiggle. So if teams are wanting to get kind of out of the gaps and run around you and you can't touch them, they better be in the right spot. I think he's got enough against a team like this to have a really nice day.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from James Simon last week, and I think he's going to get plenty of opportunity this week, right? I think the coaches, Steve Sarkeesian, talked about liking what he saw from James Simon. So I think he passed the tests in the game, ran pretty hard, ran pretty well, broke a couple of tackles, didn't fumble the ball. And, yeah, I think that's going to earn him some more opportunities this weekend. And
this is once again, this is an opportunity for Gibson to find a way to get on the field.
Yeah.
He needs to find a way to get on the field, or, the following year, you're going to be looking for, there are going to be better backs coming through this system. So they need to be a plan for him and what he's going to be in this offense. I know when the other guys are healthy, his plan is to probably be the 3rd or 4th guy. That's what the plan is when the other 2 are healthy. But, hey, can't make the club in the tub.
You're right. He did not fumble last week, he being Jarrett Gibson. So that's a good sign. That's been his biggest issue.
It's a great sign. But, boy, when that's got to be the #1 thing on my mind about the guy that I'm giving the ball to, or he's going to be, an important part of my offense, that sucks.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't expect Jarrett Gibson to be an important part of the offense when Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter are back. Which, nothing against Jarrett Gibson, but that's just, I think he's 4th or 5th on the depth chart. And in SEC play, you don't give a lot of carries to your 4th or 5th.
Yeah, but there's also roles for people that if they do a good job in their role, they continue to get those opportunities. That's what the deal is. But if, like you said, if the main thing for me is when you say, and he didn't fumble this game, it's like, shit. Is that what I got to worry about? First of all, yes. Okay, then that's not going to make me sleep good the night before a game if I'm his coach.
Yeah, I'll say this, and to give some love to James Simon. James Simon is tied with Jarrett Gibson actually for most missed tackles forced by a Texas running back this year.
James Simon, he's got a little wiggle.
He has 5 missed tackles forced in only 16 attempts this year. Jarrett Gibson has 5 in 24 attempts this year. Trey Wisner has 4 in only 16 attempts this year. So, yeah, James Simon showed some wiggle. He showed some break tackle ability. I brought up the stat a couple of times. If you're new here, thank you very much. If you're not new here, I'm sorry because you've already heard this. James Simon, averaged 3.9 yards per carry against UTEP. He averaged 4.2 yards after contact per carry against UTEP. So
yeah, that's what I mean. Those guys should be breaking the arms of those guys trying to tackle them from a team like UTEP. And Sark's telling you about all the exotic defenses they're throwing up. Forget it. I don't give a shit if they're in the hole. If they make contact with your guy should be running them over for 3 and 4 yards on contact. They should run them over. If they're square in the hole, they should be knocking those guys out.
He did 4.2 yards after contact. Yeah. That's the 3 or 4 yards you're talking about. So, I think that was a good sign from him, but it's got to be better. Of course, it all has to be better. And
the offensive line has to be better. They have to block the way they blocked in game number 1. Why are they in this? Why would you drop off against inferior competition? That's they all playing to the competition there. Nobody wants to hear that.
One more from Steve Sarkeesian here talking about the Texas offense. We have not played this cut yet this week. He was asked about the lack of offensive consistency for his team through 3 weeks.
I want us to be doing everything as consistently as possible, as quickly as possible. I think a little, and you guys know me, I don't make excuses at all. Like, that is not what we do. But I think not having a couple of our veterans on offense consistently has affected kind of the flow of how we play. You lose Trey Wisner, you lose DeAndre Moore, then you lose Cedric Baxter. Those guys are the ones that have played some football for us. There's some new faces. I mean, Parker Livingstone, this is like his 3rd game he just played. Ryan understanding how to play now more snaps than he's ever played in his career. What does that feel like? Everybody at tight ends knew. Outside of DJ, everybody on the O-line essentially knew. The quarterbacks knew. So I'm not naive to think we wouldn't have some growing pains. I just want those growing pains I want to get tall as fast as we can and feel good and start playing. And that's the race that we're in, And I'm comfortable in saying we're going to get there. I just want to get there sooner rather than later. I assume like everybody else, right? We want to see a well-oiled machine offensively, on special teams, on defense, playing our best football when our best is needed. And so we got to get there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're talking growing pains. You've still got a bunch of seedlings out there right now that aren't growing very much. They're still trying to puncture the ground. So that's what's scary about this. But they're good athletes. They got to the University of Texas. The guys that you mentioned, some of those guys are playing better than anybody. They're new, but they're playing pretty damn good. Your wide receiver at Dartmouth is playing pretty doggone good for a guy that hadn't had very many snaps. So there's no reason to mention his name. We don't even mention. We think of him as one of the better players that you have, Coach. Yeah. It's your quarterback needs to get better. They'll all get better when the quarterback gets better. That's the deal. So it's hard for him to put it all at the quarterback, but we know where it is right now. If he's better, they're all better.
Talk about growing pains. Some of these guys haven't started puberty yet, so the growing pains aren't even there for some of them. But he's right. I mean, he said it. We all want to see it. We want to see this thing look like a well-oiled machine as soon as we possibly can, and we'd love for that to be on Saturday. And they're staying positive. They're staying upbeat. They're staying confident. I know there's a lot of questioning going on around Longhorn Nation right now, but everybody within the walls of the Moncrief Athletic Complex are remaining positive and confident that we'll get there. And they keep saying we're close, right? It'll happen soon. So I hope they're right. Obviously, we're 2 weeks from Saturday is when SEC play begins. And if you don't have it by then that's where this season could start to slip away a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it starts today at practice. It started all week at practice. We just have to see where they are against a team that they should just smother.
Yeah.
And they should look good smothering the team. There shouldn't be a bunch of goofy penalties, dropped balls, underthrown balls. Everything should be pretty smooth against this group.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's just it looks like it's like playing against a freshman team. It's just really weird feeling that you have. These numbers you keep throwing up, those are horrible numbers.
For Texas or for Sam Houston?
For Sam Houston. It's just, wow. The Texas numbers on third down are bizarre. I don't care if it's 3rd and 15 against this group. You need to be getting that.
Yeah, Texas has been bad on third down. They've been bad in the red zone. They've just been bad situationally this year. So you'd like that to get better, especially in close games.
If it's 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, kick your field goal. Let your field goal kicker that in a SEC game that you may need that for a win with the defense that you have. Some of these 3 points that are out there, you can just go ahead and take them, Coach.
It's 4th and 7, 4th and 8.
Yeah, kick the ball. Let you feel you need that guy. He needs to get some experience in
So
kicking.
in Sark's defense here, and I think he's got to change this philosophy with the way the offense is playing right now. But in Sark's defense here, look, he's only attempted 3 field goals, and he's gone for it 12 times on 4th down. The average yards to go on those 4th downs have been 2.5.
Wow.
So he's not like 4th and 9, 4th and 12, let's go for it and not take the points. It's like they've been close in terms of distance. The problem is, they're not converting them enough.
And you change against the competition. You're not trying that, even the 2.5 and all that stuff against Georgia.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, Sark has always done that. He's always been aggressive. And look, last year, everyone was saying take the points. When you trotted Bert Auburn out there, you weren't getting points. It wasn't like, oh, we're guaranteed 3 if we trot the field goal kicker out there. And
we go for a 42-yard field goal. We got problems here.
It's like, dude, at the end of the year, a lot of us, myself included, were like, if it's 4th and 6 or less, go for it every time because your kicker ain't going to make it. You got a better chance. Even if you're only 50% on 4th down, you got a better chance than your damn kicker.
Right now. Life is different in the kicking game now.
So I agree. I feel that way too. And life is different with the offense because it's not as good as it was last year.
That's for sure. Yeah.
You
had a hard enough time getting 4th downs then. Now it's even harder. It's much harder.
And this defense is elite. Like, you think of the first 2 SEC games just specifically, right? Florida and Oklahoma, those have great defenses. I think those are going to be low-scoring games where points are going to be at a premium.
Absolutely.
So take 3. It's obviously not 7, but it's better than 0. Take the 3. Let your defense sit on people and preserve some leads. That might need to be the change in philosophy for Sark because he's always aggressive. He's been that way all 4 years he's been at Texas. But unless the offense goes like, I don't know, 6 for 6 on 4th down on Saturday, I'm going to be a little worried about them staying on the field versus bringing out the Shipley to kick. The Shipley, man, he's going to be good. Of course he's good. It's Shipley at Texas. That's how it works.
Yeah, and he's coming from Texas State. Of course he's going to be good.
And he makes donuts on the side.
Absolutely, man.
All good things. All right, we'll take your
thoughts.
thoughts.
Guy's 100% kicker right now, one of the best in the nation.
100%. Hasn't missed. 3 for 3. Hasn't missed an extra point either. So far, so good for him. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. We've got some exclusive audio.
Oh, no.
A couple of coaches and even Jerry Jones that we have to get to in a moment. Also, a big change to the transfer portal rules for college football. Little NFL conversation as well. But before we dive into any of those topics, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. All your Longhorn apparel collectibles, they have got them at Sue Patrick. Tons of Texas-themed items, books, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. Sweet. Angry Bevo is there. Hey, going old style.
There it is. I like that.
Got that going on. And folks, on online orders over $59 or more, free curbside pickup just for you, but plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Doesn't matter. I mean, the team may be struggling. They're still 3-1, aren't they? Is that what they are? 2-1? 2-1? Hey, they got one loss. Okay, they got one loss. Let's get over there and we need to get our gear. We have to have our gear, BK. There's no reason that you shouldn't show up in one of those nice polos that they have for the game and then going out to dinner celebrating a Longhorn victory. So it doesn't matter who they play. It's just how they play and how you look. And in the gear that they have over at Sue Patrick, you will look good. By the way, you'll look good with a jelly cat in your lap at the game too. Get that big sun. Bring some sunshine to the game. Grab yourself a jelly cat from Sue Patrick. Take it to the game with you.
I don't know if they'll let you bring that into the stadium.
I bet it's like bringing an umbrella. They'll say, no, you can't bring that in.
I think they'll let you bring an umbrella more than they'll let you bring a $1,000 jelly cat.
Taking up a seat?
I don't know. Can you say it's an emotional support thing? Do they do that bid at DKR?
No, if I had extra seats and I was an empty seat, I'm not letting somebody sit there if they don't go to the game with me. I'm bringing my jelly cat there.
Yeah, if you buy a ticket for it, maybe they'll let you do it.
Nice. Love Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, if you're not thrilled with the Texas football team, you should be thrilled with the Texas volleyball team.
Yes, indeed.
Number 2 in the country. They improved to 7-0 on the season last night with a sweep of TCU at Gregory Gym.
Sorry about that, Horned Frogs.
Yeah, sorry about that, Hornies. But well done by Texas volleyball. So rep them as well. But hey, Texas football will be fine. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com. Hey, 2 days away from kickoff. It is a sellout Saturday night, but it's not a sellout at CentexTickets.com. Plenty of seats still available for purchase for the final non-conference game of 2025 and also the first night game at DKR.
Sweet.
You want to see the drone show in action? Centex Tickets has you covered, not just for this game. They got tickets for every Longhorn game, home and away, all season long. If you want to get up to the Metroplex to watch the Cowboys, if you want to get down to H-Town to watch the Texans, all of your football tickets all year round, CentexTickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you are going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at CentexTickets.com.
Looks like a fork and knife cinnamon roll day at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe for me, baby. That's right. I'm going to head over there and grab that cinnamon roll. You know, I've never had BK avocado toast. Have you ever had that toast? An avocado toast, piece of toast?
That's how you pronounce it. Yeah, I think it's the dumbest thing ever.
Is it dumb? Or does it have any taste to it? I want to try it.
I mean, it's just what it sounds like. It's avocado spread on a piece of toast.
That's it, huh?
Somehow that became like one of the most popular brunch items in the country.
Sweet. I got to try that. I got to have that. They've got it all at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. And folks, biscuits and gravy, State Fair waffles. Still haven't had the chicken and waffles yet. Got to get to that part. Or I haven't had a smash burger at like 9 o'clock in the morning either. So one of these days I'm going to get that smash burger in me at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. burger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot for me early in the morning, but I got to do that. You can have it all done at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. But I know a couple things I can have. You can get, you can get Altstadt beer. I guess I don't know what the TLBC, whatever that is, TABC laws are, but obviously they're drinking mimosas and everything else, margaritas at 8 o'clock in the morning there. So I don't know what the time is, but I guess it's any time is a time for some people to get their drink on.
You don't know what the TABC slogan is?
What is it?
You can't be drunk all day if you don't start in the morning.
If you don't start at Daymakers at breakfast?
That's a nice amendment to the slogan.
Oh
I like that. Love Daymaker Cafe. Love the Altstadt beer as well. The Buck just referenced it. It's my choice of beer here in Central Texas. It should be yours as well. And it's not just available in Central Texas. You can find it in the Metroplex. You can find it in H-Town. You can find it in San Antonio. And it's spreading more and more, and rightfully so. It is a damn good award-winning beer. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagships. Those are fantastic. They've got a great light beer as well that sacrifices on the calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. A fantastic Hefeweizen. The seasonal Oktoberfest is back in stores for the fall. Something for every beer drinker out there. So you're getting ready for game day. You got a football game tonight. Dolphins, Bills. You might need a few cold ones to get through that one. My gosh. But also your tailgates, your watch parties coming up this Saturday. Make sure you show up with some Altstadt beer. You're going to be the life of the party. Most popular person there. It's my choice. Should be yours as well. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
I've never had a Bloody Mary. I never had during my drinking days. I never had a Bloody Mary before.
You're not missing out.
Yeah. What is that? Just somebody wasting tomato juice? Is that what it is? A waste of tomato juice?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan of tomato juice, so that's why I don't like Bloody Marys.
Okay. You're a fan of the vodka, but not the tomato. You're wasting good tomato juice.
Yeah, well, I would say you're wasting bad tomato juice, but, give me the Tito's. Hold the other stuff, please.
Yeah, just give me the Tito's, leave the other stuff. What else do they put in? What is the deal with the celery? You stick a thing of celery?
People spice it up. People put, like, bacon in their Bloody Marys. People put, like, shrimp in their Bloody Marys. Our friends at Cover 3, they've got, like, a do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar every weekend as a part of their weekend brunch, and you could put all sorts of stuff in there. If you love Bloody Marys, it's awesome. Go to Cover 3 and try that out. But
why don't you just have brunch?
Yeah, I'll take the food, please. I'll take an
Yeah.
Altstadt too. I'll drink
Yeah.
during the brunch. I'm not drinking tomato juice.
Ah,
But yeah, people put like celery stalks in there. People put like lemon wedge. You see olives in there. You see like pickled veggies in there. See all sorts of crap in there. It's
whereas
like
all the nastiest stuff in the world gets thrown into a Bloody Mary. Is that what it is?
you would look. I didn't know you during your drinking days, but I've heard you say enough that like you didn't even want ice. Like don't waste anything besides
No.
the alcohol. So you wouldn't like a Bloody Mary because there's so much other stuff going on.
Is there ice in there?
Yeah, there's ice in there.
No, what a waste of good ice.
Yeah, it's a waste of good ice and a waste of everything.
It's a waste of good veggies too, it sounds like.
People love it. People throw Worcestershire sauce in there, hot sauce
Good
in there,
God, hot sauce,
sauce in there. I'm telling you, man, they spice it up literally.
You slam a taco inside that thing and suck it down.
I'm sure somebody has done that.
Man, dipping their taco in that juice.
Yeah,
My deal is I don't like tomato juice. I don't like tomato soup, so I definitely don't like tomato juice.
Yeah, I like tomatoes, but I don't like the tomato soup or the tomato juice.
I
No,
do like
thank you.
tomatoes. I do. For my prostate, yes, I do eat tomatoes. And I'll see you at the farmer's market this Saturday morning with your flip-flops on and shorts.
You won't see me there. Are you going?
I need to go by this. I always like to go by the farmer's market early Saturday mornings.
Okay.
See dog on a rope. You know, people have dog on a rope there. Dog peeing on your leg, thinking it's a table or a fire hydrant. Stopping up and just lifting on your leg.
Has that happened to you out there?
I've had a dog try to pee on me.
You stopped it before?
Oh no, I could tell just the way he was hovering that my skinny leg he was taking for like a small tree.
I don't know. He might have been looking for some action.
No, I backed away and the lady yanked him. This was dog on a rope. It wasn't a sophisticated pup.
Could have been a humping dog, not a peeing
Oh
dog.
no. I know the look from a humping dog.
Oh, you've had that happen before too.
Oh God, the humping dogs are humping before they even get near you. They're humping air, 15 yards before they get you. You got to know. That's why you got to hide the kids and the little kids. When the humping dog starts humping air, look out.
Dude, don't invite me over if you have a humping dog.
I know. We do not have Zach. Zach, depend. Every once in a while he'll get a little kid, but I haven't seen Zach do the humping action in a while.
Zach has never tried to hump me. Zach just barks mercilessly the entire time anybody besides
you better hope
wife.
He doesn't try to hump you as Louis.
Yeah, I'm not getting up for that. That's
he's getting some if he wants some.
He's getting some if he wants some. Yeah, but if you got a humping dog, like that's the weirdest thing ever. Like if your dog tries to hump me, I don't care if I've only been at your place for 5 minutes, I'm out.
And you're never coming back.
Yeah, until your dog gets fixed up and stops doing that, then I'm avoiding. It's just so weird because then when it happens once, it's like you're trying to watch the game on your AV Consultations TV, but you're always
Here he comes,
side eyeing the dog, like just making sure that he doesn't sneak up on you and try to.
You just don't know when he's going to be on the attack. Once he gets to know you, that's it.
It's just the weirdest. It's been a long time since I've experienced that in person, thankfully. But everyone has dealt with a humping dog at some point, and it's just the most uncomfortable thing ever.
Oh, it's a very uncomfortable situation.
Oh my God!
And the one that's even crazier is the humping dog. If you got a little kid and the dog, you bring the little kid over to your friend's house, and the humping dog attacks the little kid. The kid's screaming, and the dog is going to town, and all I want to do is laugh. But I got to protect the kid,
Oh my God!
It's not going to hurt you. Just let it happen. Let the dog hump you, kid. It looks great. It's the funniest thing. That poor kid is horrified.
Oh, you don't want your kids getting Me Too'd out there. By a person, by a dog, by anybody. Don't let that happen.
Well, I can't wait till the end of the show. I know Rodney will have a lot to say about the humping dog.
Oh my gosh, it's terrible. Well, you're apparently going to a place that has a lot of them Saturday morning with your trip to the farmer's market. So Godspeed.
But I'm trying to figure out, are you allowed to kick somebody's dog at the farmer's market if they start humping your leg?
Ooh.
Are you allowed to kick him? I mean, I don't know if you can punch him, actually pick him up and punt him, but can you give it a kick to like the backside?
I feel like to shake him off your leg, you can give a little kick.
Okay, thank you.
These nuts.
Thank you. I just need to know that. I don't want to make the hippie girl all weirded out because I kicked her dog in the nuts.
Oh, she's going to be weirded out. She's going to be pissed at you. But I think, well, I want to say I think the court of public opinion would be on your side. But at the farmer's market, I don't know. Like, our audience, I think, would be like, yeah, for sure. You can do that. But
that may be acceptable behavior at the farmer's market. You know, it's a free-for-all there. You know, we're out there in the country. They've got fresh corn and, you know, squash and things like that. The hippie girls are going, you know, they're out there, lots of hair out there, got their own bag. They bring their own bags and stuff, their own dogs. If the dog humps you, that's probably part of nature. I should probably just go with the flow there. Yeah. Here, take the other leg too. You're done with this one?
Get another dog over here. Why stop at one?
Oh, that's so sad.
Oh, my gosh. What a conversation here.
Sorry about that, folks.
That's amazing stuff right there. All right, we've got some exclusive sound here, Buck.
All right.
We haven't played this yet. That's my apologies. It's already Thursday, and this is some post-game sound from last weekend's action in college football and the NFL. This is stuff that people have not heard before. Okay, this is exclusive audio that only we have here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got one from college and two in the NFL. We'll start with Josh Heupel, Buck. Josh Heupel, the head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers. Not real happy that his team blew a huge lead against Georgia and lost to the Bulldogs for the 9th year in a row. Not real happy with his kicker either. Here is Josh Heupel, exclusive sound on TSU.
Our kicker ain't getting no post-game meal. I already done ate it all. Our kicker plays for the Tennessee Volunteers, but after today, that dork is going to be volunteering for a job at a dad, gum cheese. Honestly, I was distracted the whole game. All that orange and white in the stadium looked like sweet potatoes and yogurt. Had me feeling hungry. Now that the game's over, I can concentrate on my one true love, and that's brisket and taters. Since we didn't beat the shit out of Georgia, we're going to beat the shit out of our kicker just as soon as I'm done here. Our kicker was more nervous than me at a weigh-in. I knew his 14-year-old looking ass was going to miss it. Bet you never thought our fans would miss Butch Jones. But here we are. I'm going to go watch that fight. And I don't mean Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. I mean all our offensive linemen on that kicker's ass.
Wow, that poor kicker.
Wow. All the orange and white at Neyland Stadium look like sweet potatoes and yogurt.
Man.
Good focus on the game because he was too locked in on what the crowd was wearing.
Yeah, he's kind of round-shouldered.
Yeah, he's a little big, some might say. Brisket and taters, the one true love for Josh Heupel. So, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Kid, make your kicks.
Make your kicks. Yeah, and he made the kick in overtime, which you knew that wasn't going to matter. Like, you knew Georgia was going to march down the field and score a touchdown after Tennessee let that one slip away. But look, I thought Josh Heupel got too conservative down the stretch. I think he's got to wear some of that loss too. But yeah, it's college kickers. Like, it's anytime you leave a game in the hands of a college kicker, you got to deal with whatever comes your way.
Yes.
NFL kickers, they don't miss kicks like that these days. College kickers, they miss kicks like that every Saturday. Speaking of kickers, what about Jerry Jones, Buck? Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker, was the hero in the Cowboys overtime victory over the New York Giants on Sunday. Here's Jerry Jones talking more about dinger pills and his kicker.
Our kicker got me so hard, I'm only going to need a handful of dinger pills to get up tonight. The reason I traded Micah Parsons is because I needed to free up $100 million to pay our kicker. I hope everyone loved watching two teams battle it out for fourth place in our division. Anytime the best player on the field is Russell Wilson, you know your team sucks. Brandon Aubrey is going to be the first kicker ever to hold out for more money. Everyone keeps saying we traded our best player, but Brandon Aubrey ain't going nowhere. Hell, I hope he can play cornerback too, because nobody else on this team can. Every year we can count on beating the Giants to deceive all our fans that we actually have a shot to do anything. And they didn't disappoint. I saw Brian Daboll after the game, and I just thanked him for being an even bigger dumbass than me. I love drama so much, I hired Matt Eberflus to ensure we have no defense. It increases the odds for shootouts and better ratings. which is all I care about.
There you go.
Well,
Shootouts and better ratings.
some shocking revelations there. I do agree that Brian Daboll is a bigger dumbass than Jerry Jones, and that is saying something. Hired Matt Eberflus to make sure they had no defense, and we didn't trade our best player. We still have our best player right here. It's
wait till he wants his money.
What is he going to get? Like $10 million? What's a lot for a kicker to make?
He's going to make a lot.
He should make a lot. He's best player in the league, Buck.
He needs to make a lot of money, Jerry. Hey, and don't make him hold out for anything.
Oh, please don't.
When he
do
comes
that.
to your office, just have the check ready.
Ready to go. Blank check, whatever you want, Brandon Aubrey.
Yes.
It's him and Dicker the kicker right now, the two best in the National Football League, which is cool to see. And last but not least, Buck, little Patrick Mahomes sound. He was not happy with his star tight end. Of course, Travis Kelce had a big drop in the end zone that turned into an Andrew Makuba interception. Shout out to the lifetime Longhorn for making the play there. But that
Plus,
was
he hurt a Longhorn.
What's that?
Plus, he hurt Worthy running into him.
Travis Kelce, you're right. Yeah, Travis Kelce is hurting Longhorns, and he's helping Longhorns. He's been hurting his team a lot through these first two games, and it's safe to say that his quarterback is not real happy about it.
Maybe if Travis Kelce didn't spend all offseason dressing like a pretentious dork and doing lame podcasts with his try-hard brother, he could catch a pass. The only thing worse than his fiance's music is his work ethic. I've only seen one person try so hard for the adoration of prepubescent girls, and that's Epstein. The one good thing about us losing is Travis won't be playing Tori Amos in the locker room and screaming out, "Hear me roar." His managed clown boy brother Jason got in trouble for disturbing the piece because he had his shirt off with Bert Kreischer, and the obnoxiousness caused a riot. Travis just stopped reading the playbook, started reading playbills of Broadway plays, and said that female performance art was the greatest power in the universe. Travis has been too busy writing a screenplay about a singer superstar who goes around the world, breaking barriers with her shitty music, and who is also a spy assassin. He said it's called Badass Bitch. It's absolutely terrible.
Wow.
Man, Mahomes not pulling any punches there, saying that Travis Kelce is working on a screenplay.
Oh, my goodness.
About his fiance, Taylor Swift.
I still say that team will be just fine.
Yeah, I think so. They don't look as good as they have in the past, and they don't look as good as Buffalo or Baltimore right now.
No.
So I don't know if the Chiefs should be considered the favorites in the AFC at this moment in time. They're going to make the playoffs. They'll be fine from that regard, but it looks like some other teams have passed them up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I'm Worthy with a harness on. Oh, that's going to be miserable.
Yeah, the Chiefs, the good news for the Chiefs, they get the Giants this weekend. That's your Sunday night football game in the Meadowlands. So it's talk about a get-right opportunity. That's one for Kansas City. If they lose that game, then it's sound the alarm.
Kansas City can't play some defense.
Their defense is still good, and their offense wasn't great last year too, but it obviously it got hot at the right time, and it was enough for them to win the division and get to a Super Bowl. But
when does Rice get a chance? When does Rice play after 6 games?
6 games, yeah.
Shit, they could be 0-6.
Oh, they won't be 0-6. They're playing the Giants this weekend, Buck.
Hey, do you know who plays quarterback on the other side?
Mr. Unlimited.
Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Unlimited. Yeah.
450 against that Dallas Cowboys defense.
Well, you said it right there. He was playing the Dallas Cowboys defense, so he doesn't get to do that this weekend. He may get to do that one more time this year. He may be benched by that point, but
that's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of quarterbacks like Caleb Williams plays the Cowboys defense on Sunday. This might be the game where it's like, that's why the Bears took Caleb Williams number 1 overall.
You think that's what they're going to be saying? That's what they'll be saying Monday morning on TV? This is why they drafted him number 1?
There's a very good chance.
Oh, my God.
That's a revenge game for Matt Eberflus, who, of course, was the coach there in Chicago for the last few years, got fired last season. Now he's the defensive coordinator in Dallas. So he knows Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams knows him. But, the Cowboys defense has left a lot to be desired this year.
Yes, they have. That outing with Russell Wilson, that was sad. Guys running all over that secondary. There's got to be better players in the NFL in the secondary that can at least just drop back. Hey, on the snap, take off and run towards the goalpost.
Yeah. Well, part of the Cowboys' secondary struggles, I think, are tied to the defensive line and the lack of pass rush that they have been getting. And they did sign Jadeveon Clowney, who, is in his 30s, and he's never been an elite pass rusher. Like, during the prime of his career, he was maybe the best run-stopping edge in football, but he's never been like a high sack guy like Micah Parsons. But, they're hoping he will help a little bit. But, yeah, the pass rush that they banked on being good, even without Micah Parsons, has –
You're right.
And the Giants, their offensive line's not very good. And they were on their third left tackle in the game. And they still won way too much against the Dallas defensive front. So, look, but Diggs had a bad game. Deron Bland being out doesn't help. But it's a lot of it is tied to the struggles winning up front right now.
Yeah, there's still some stuff that they can't, against a good runner, they're going to still have problems stopping the run.
Yeah.
Period. That's just going to
Jake,
happen. Although I'll say this, I think a lot more of the running back than I did before. I know maybe they haven't played. I mean, we still got some games to go, obviously, but I thought he's good enough offensively to get some things done.
Yeah, Javonte Williams has been a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, it was a real surprise, I believe.
It's interesting. Like, last year, for the entire season, the Cowboys only had 6 rushing touchdowns from their running backs. Through 2 games this year, they have 4.
How about that?
So I know that's not the only stat that matters, but like it's looked better so far with Javonte Williams than it did last year. So that's the good news. We're still waiting to see Jaden Blue, and he hasn't been active. He's been a healthy scratch for the first 2 games for the Cowboys.
Is he a hammy guy now?
No, he's healthy, Buck.
He is?
You're just not playing him. And that's disappointing. Brian Schottenheimer has been asked about it, and he's just like, we're looking for more consistency from him. He hasn't really elaborated on, okay, is he still fumbling a lot? Is he bad in pass pro? Is he not learning the offense? Like, we don't know exactly where the consistency issues lie, but
we know he's fast as hell.
Yeah, we do. We know he's fast. I mean, we've seen him. Like, we know he's a good player when he's right. But yeah, I mean, they think Miles Sanders in the year of our Lord 2025, they think he is a better option to be the backup running back than Jaden Blue. That's pretty damning against Jaden Blue. So look, he's a rookie. He's got time. Don't close the book on him yet, but that was one of the things I think a lot of Cowboys fans, and obviously the Cowboys fans who also root for Texas, were hoping to see this year. It's like, what does Jaden Blue do in this offense? And 2 weeks, we haven't seen it, and I don't think there's any indication that Jaden Blue's going to be inserted into the lineup this Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah, and maybe Stretch. Good point by Souls here. Glenn Stretch Smith, the former Cowboys assistant who is a frequent guest on Chip and Zay, he reported a month or 2 ago during training camp, like he had heard some problems with Jaden Blue's work ethic. And like the coaches didn't think he was taking it serious enough. And Glenn Smith took a lot of heat for that comment. It's like, dude, the guy, how are you saying this? He's in his first training camp. Like, you're saying he's not working hard. What's the deal? Maybe he was onto something. I don't know.
Kind of being on cruise control, maybe.
I guess we're all speculating at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's a 5th round draft pick. But again, the Cowboys were hoping to get a little bit more from him. And I think obviously fans were as well. And we just haven't seen him play. So we don't know if he's good yet. Speaking of the Cowboys, Buck, rest in peace to D.D. Lewis, who passed away yesterday at the age of 79. Part of that doomsday Cowboys defense, played in more postseason games than any Dallas Cowboy ever.
D.D. Lewis.
Tied for the 3rd most in NFL history, behind only Tom Brady and Jerry Rice.
Wow.
Was a part of 2 Cowboys Super Bowl teams. He passed away yesterday at the age of 79. So there you go. And also, speaking of Cowboys linebackers, some potential good news for another lifetime Longhorn, a part of the Dallas Cowboys organization. DeMarvion Overshown He suffered a torn ACL in week 14 last year, I believe it was. Cowboys have been targeting a Thanksgiving return date for Overshown this year. Overshown was at some sort of event a couple of days ago, and a few members of the press were there, and Overshown said he thinks he will be back before the Thanksgiving holiday.
That's good news for that defense. They need it.
They need all the help that he could get. I mean, he's one of the best players that they have on defense right now. They're in a lot of talents there. So they could use Agent Zero back, wearing the number 0 finally. They were able to convince the mascot to share the number. Remember that?
Rowdy gave it up?
I think Rowdy is still wearing it. I got to double check that. Like, as if there was some sort of rule that said the player and the mascot can't wear the same. Obviously, 2 players on the same team in the NFL can't have the same number, but apparently for Jerry Jones, it was the player and the mascot can't have the same number.
And the mascot won out.
Maybe it was Rowdy just being an a-hole. He's like, I'm not sharing the number. That guy's a rookie. He's got to earn it. What are you talking about?
He's going to have to pay me for this number.
Rowdy's now 00. Thank you, Travis. So, okay, they do have different numbers there. That's
wow.
Rowdy got relegated. They liked what they saw from Overshown, and it's like, you know what? Sorry, mascot. You're losing your digs.
You're going to 00.
Going to 00. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. We'll get Lee Sterling's thoughts on Cowboys Bears. We'll get his pick here in about 10 minutes. But real quick,
nice.
Look, I want to ask you, like, that's an even line right now. The game's in Chicago, but that is a pick'em game. You think that the Bears are going to win this game?
I know their head coach needs to have a win here soon. Is this the game that's soon enough? And is this the team that it should happen against? I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, so I looked yesterday, and it was pick'em. Now Dallas is -1, so a little bit of movement in Vegas. But, I feel pretty good about the Cowboys winning this game.
You do?
I do. Now, I don't feel good about them winning next week when the Packers come to town. But
no.
Yeah, that's your Sunday night game in week 4.
Michael Parsons is coming.
Michael Parsons, as Jerry repeatedly called him. Yeah, Cowboys should win this game. And, the Cowboys' start to the season is a lot easier than the middle and the end. Because after that Packers game, the Cowboys have the Jets and the Panthers. So you would like for them to take care of teams like the Giants, the Bears, the Jets, and the Panthers, because then it gets a lot more difficult. So win this game on Sunday, please.
No doubt. All right, when Lee comes on, you're going to have to do the games for me because I don't have my phone.
Oh, I'll text you a picture.
Yeah, text me a picture of that.
All right, we'll do a few sponsor shout outs here. We got to get into this transfer.
Yell out a couple things because I got to grab my phone.
Where's
I don't know
your
what
phone?
I did with it. When my back's hurt, my mind is hurt too.
All right, well, I'll play a spot from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love the Covert family for sure.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Coverts.
Say hello to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. Woods Comfort Systems has been doing it in Central Texas for close to 70 years. And make sure you're ready so when the winter months hit that everything's ready to go, that you've got all the filters cleaned and changed and ready to go. And if not, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get their technicians out right away to get that done for you. Or make a phone call to them and find out what you need to have done, what type of filters that you need. Maybe you can go pick them up yourself, but I wouldn't try that yourself. I never do. Then again, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But that Woods Comfort Systems, they do, like I said, close to 70 years of service in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Also, some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You'll see me rocking one of our TSU lids this morning. all of our hats, all of our shirts, all of our signs, all of our koozies, all of our posters, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Adam's a great guy. He's become a great friend of mine, big Longhorn fan, big TSU listener. And if you've got a business or if you just have a big event coming up that needs merch, reach out to him, 512-300-9641, or you can find him on Instagram and shoot him a DM there at Waterloo Printing.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. All right, Buck. Real quick here with college football. The NCAA announced yesterday that they are removing the spring transfer portal window, meaning there will no longer be 2 portal windows in the offseason. So last year you had a winter portal window in December, and then you had the spring portal window in mid to late April. That second one is going away. It's all going to just be one time where players can enter the portal. Thoughts?
I mean, it makes sense. Instead of stretching this thing out, just get it over with.
Yeah. And look, a lot of coaches were freaked out. I think that's a big reason why so many spring games around college football got canceled, was like they didn't want other teams around the country to be able to see how good some of their players
That's
were,
right.
to try to, hey, if you enter the portal, we'll pay you, $500K, and you come to our school, we got you covered,
That's right.
So I think coaches were not real happy with that. And it wasn't just spring games. I think, there's so much media coverage in college football now that like practice reports get out, and opposing coaches could have been like, oh, that guy looks really good, huh? Well, we'll take him on our team. So let's make sure he enters the portal in late April, and that'll give us a chance to snag him. So I think most coaches are in favor of.
I think they are too.
But we still don't have an agreed upon date for when the portal window is going to be. And that's where there's a lot of disagreement with coaches right now. The original dates that the NCAA proposed were January 2nd to January 11th. So that's right after the quarterfinal round of the CFP. So that's better than last year, because last year was in December. So every playoff team was having to get ready for playoff games to try to compete for a national championship, while also hitting the transfer portal and trying
to keep people from coming on their campuses, taking their guys, making phone calls.
I mean, it was ridiculous. You had Penn State's backup quarterback. I mean, Texas had it 2 years ago with Malik Murphy hitting the portal before the Washington game. Last year, Penn State had it with Bo Prabula hitting the portal. It's like, what are we doing here? So it was ridiculous. So the January 2nd to 11th means that only 4 teams would get screwed by this. And again, there are some coaches who are like, well, that's BS. Like, why are you punishing us for being really good? We want to have our opportunity to, hit the portal like everybody else does.
Yeah, we don't need you to stay good. We need you to just be crappy like some of the other teams. So suck it up, Buttercup.
We talk about college football turning more into the NFL every year. This would be a very NFL move if college does this, because the NFL wants parity, right? It's why the worst team gets the first pick in the draft. It's why fourth place teams get the easiest schedules. Like, the league wants parity. So if college football keeps wanting to try to be like the NFL, then here's how you get a little. It's not going to do it.
You get a little closer. It's not big, but you get a little closer.
Like those big dogs. Look, a lot of those teams were in the playoffs last year. Ohio State won the national championship. They still hit the portal hard, brought in a bunch of really good players. So it's not going to make that much of a difference, but it maybe will do a little bit. And I don't know if college football wants to do that, but that's what they originally proposed. And again, nothing official just yet. It's tough because we still pretend like these guys are students, but
they have classes that they have to attend.
Exactly. So it's like, it'd be easy to say, well, just put it after the championship game, right? Like, what's the problem? Well, the second semester has already started by the time you get to that late into January.
Yes.
So that's why you can't just put
it can affect education.
Right. Because we all care about that, of course.
Well, I know you don't. You don't care for the educational part of your athletes.
I don't watch college football for the academics. I watch college football for the football.
Oh, I got you.
I feel like you do too.
I like my guys educationally sound.
All right. Educationally sound.
Yes.
Team GPA is your favorite stat every year, huh?
Only in volleyball and women's basketball, because I know how high it will be compared to men's football.
That feels like a nice thing you said about women. A rare compliment to the ladies out there.
Well, I know how high theirs are. It doesn't matter what sport they're in. Their GPAs, they tower above men's football for sure. It's only been like that every place I've been ever.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. The men's football GPA has been pretty good under Coach Sark. It's definitely gotten better since he took over. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 70%, something like that. It's not bad when it comes to college football.
70%. I think it's out of 4.
They're in the 70 percentile. They graduate on time, but it's hard when you talk about graduation. But that's hard to do anyway.
Texas,
and then, by the way, BK, I don't care about when they graduate as long as they do graduate.
Sure, get that T ring, baby.
Yeah, I mean Ricky was like 70 when he got his.
Yeah, he's not 70 yet. You're the one who's 70. Don't pawn
that.
He
did tell me. He said, "I'm not coming here." He never said I'm coming to graduate either.
Yeah, no, he didn't. But he did at the end of the day.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
But he came here to play football, and that's why we love him so much.
That's right.
I can tell you it's not called Campbell Williams Field because Earl and Ricky had the highest GPAs in team
history. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure about that. Love both of those guys dearly, but I'm pretty sure.
That's not the reasoning, huh?
No, not quite the reasoning. And CB's right. I just looked it up. The Texas team GPA in the spring semester was 3.31. That's a program record. So congratulations to you and the nerds who care about the school.
There you go.
Maybe that's why they're not playing well, because they're spending too much time in the classroom.
See, now you got it. Now you know the reason. Now you figured it out.
You need a lower GPA. There's an inverse relationship between GPA and wins. Not sure what I'm doing with my hands there.
Well done, BK. There you go.
Yeah.
We need more football players and less scholars.
There you go. So we'll see what they decide. Again, nothing from the NCAA. I'm okay with January 2nd to 11th. I'm most okay with after the championship game. But again, the NCAA still pretends to care about the student part of the student athlete. So I don't think it'll be that late. But good move by the NCAA. A rare win, as Jake says, by getting rid of that second portal window. It just never made sense, and it got out of control. Right. And I think it's a good thing that all of this is
Jason and I think alike. Jason is saying he likes the playoff level GPA. That's what he wants. That's playoff level GPA. That's what he's looking for. And the weekly top 25 GPAs. We should do more of that. Why don't we have that?
Do we let the AP voters vote on that, or how do we?
No, we'll get that directly from the school. The top 25 GPAs of the week.
Could you imagine if they do like a CFP bracket reveal for team GPA?
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, where would Georgia be? They wouldn't be in the top. They wouldn't be in the top 100 for sure. No. Their stats would be real low.
Well, if it was for arrests and speeding tickets, they'd be the number 1 seed every year.
Oh yeah, they would.
Oh man. A quick shout out to Austin FC. They took down Minnesota United FC last night at the semifinal at the U.S. Open Cup. And they will be playing the final at Q2 Stadium on October 1st. So
sweet.
Not the MLS season. It's one of the cups that goes on in the middle of the MLS season. But congrats.
One of those mini cups that happen. Gold cup, pink cup.
One of the more confusing parts about soccer to me. But hey, Austin FC, there's a championship game being played here in our city in a couple of weeks. So
there's also some great WNBA basketball going on right now in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think Lee Sterling wants to talk about that. I don't know. You think Lee's got a WNBA guy or gal helping him out?
I guarantee he's got somebody somebody fits the standards there for that company. The standards.
Well, let's bring them on.
Like your neighbors trying to get a job with us here.
The man, the myth, the legend, the best handicapper in the history of the world, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com, joining us as he does every Thursday at this time. Lee, first of all, good morning. Second of all, do you have any WNBA plays for the people right now?
So actually, I do a daily podcast, Locked On Bets, the only betting podcast on the Locked On Network. And my co-host, Kevin Rogers, is a WNBA specialist.
There you go.
Yeah, and thank God for him. He only gives usually first quarter overs and unders, or first quarter. He'll pick a side. So we've actually timed it out. The average first quarter is between 17 and 18 minutes long. They're pretty quick, not many timeouts. So it's about as painless as a WNBA game can get. So I actually have bet a couple. He was on a run. He was on like a 10-2 run at one point. Then he got cold, and I think he hit like the last two. Are the playoffs starting now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I expect him on tomorrow's show or Monday to probably release, if anyone wants WNBA, all two of the listeners that are out there, they can go to Locked On Bets and hear my co-host Kevin Rogers' WNBA breakdown. So
I know, Lee, during the NFL and college football season, and this is getting ready to start NBA basketball, has the WNBA picked up when it comes to betting? Has Vegas and places like that, has it really picked up? Are people, their interest, is it starting to show?
It did. Caitlin Clark sparked some interest, and then the objects that were being thrown on the court, betting odds on the. Trust me, I'll bet you anything. I'll bet you even a dinner at a pretty nice restaurant. Brad's buddies were betting on that stuff. So,
I'm sure they were.
The color. It was the color.
Oh my goodness.
When it would be thrown out and the color of the objects. So
thank you for saying Brad's buddies and not Bradley. I appreciate that.
You know, you're a little more, I would never do it, and I know you wouldn't. So
maybe. Buck, I sent you the games. You want to start us off today?
Well, first of all, we got to talk. I mean, you guys didn't notice the color of the shirt right away?
We did. We were hoping to avoid talking about it, you know?
Well, I got to be honest with you. The price of these shirts might go up because of the color. I used to get maroon shirts. You know, when you order from like Nike or Adidas or these different brands, usually, you know, the most common colors, most popular colors are black, white, navy blue, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Always on sale is the maroon. I can get the maroon for usually, I mean, if the shirt's going for $70, maroon's $29.99. So, I got this one on special. Hate to say that. I got one for Bill too.
Nice.
My crack employee from Austin. But let me tell you something. A&M, what they did, that was impressive. I mean, to start off the game and have a pump block for a touchdown against you, and that place and that sideline for Notre Dame, they were buzzing. So you got to give him credit. So he's tempered his excitement. He's like, it's only one game, but that was impressive. And you know, I'm watching the Texas team, and I got to be honest with you. I understand that Arch has the name, but maybe people should have looked at the competition he was playing against. When he was recruited, you saw some of the game tapes, and they were like kids. I mean, they looked like some of these defensive linemen, like, you know, the 5'9", 195 pounds. They weren't great. So there's a real learning curve. Right now, he's mediocre right now. If you took the emblem off the Texas helmets right now, and let's say they were Tulane, you would say, well, they're maybe barely a top 25 team, maybe the 30th, 35th best team. So they're going to have to pick it up. We're going to find out next, 3-4 weeks what they're made of, whether this coaching staff, Sark's been buying players like Mario. We do it here at Miami. There's, let's be honest, but they're going to have to get more out of these kids. Now, he did last year and the year before, but it's time to have Arch pick it up if he wants to be at the next level. So far right now, I'm just not impressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's right. He looks like a kid that just came out of high school, Lee, and not a kid who's been in the program for 3 years. He looks like a high school player that just came here in the fall trying to learn an offense where he's been here for 3 years and he should understand what's going on and should be more natural at what he does. And we've seen him that way. So there's some mental stuff.
You know, Bucky, you've been around many quarterbacks. It's a combination of confidence and the being in this. He understands the plays. Trust me. When the green light goes on, I've seen this many times in college football and the NFL. If it hasn't gone on yet, I can't bet that team. But sometimes it goes on and then they just take off. So might happen. Just so far, it's not even close to going on yet.
Yeah, but the thing about it is it has to happen in the next 2 weeks because it's not going to all of a sudden happen once you get to SEC play. Because even the bad teams have defensive players that are outstanding. You know, they may not be good as a team, but he's going to see some defensive players that are just going to flat out beat his guys where he has to be able to make the play. And I just don't know if that's going to happen. I hate to see him struggle like this because, you know, we've seen him when he's been really, really good. We've seen him be really good, be outstanding, be very natural in what he does. But he looks really mechanical, which seems to be in his head more so than in his arms. You know, I mean, I know the level of high school, private school, and all that other stuff that he played at, but he's been on his campus for 3 years against unbelievably talented guys that he's played against every day. And not just somebody's, but guys that play in the NFL now. I mean, whether it's on the line, in the secondary, at the linebacker level, he's played against talented people over 3 years. Forget about his high school years. He's been on the field with some really great players. I don't know why that's not translating into let's go after 3 years here. It seems like a mental block right now.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully the green light comes on for him.
Absolutely.
It just hasn't. It could happen. It could happen. You've been around kids. You know what he needs to do? Go out for a night with Johnny Football. Johnny Manziel. Am I right?
Hey, I've been saying slump buster, Lee.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs one.
That's what it is. I mean, some of the interviews with Johnny Manziel, he is so honest with what was going on there. I mean, he was getting lit up the night before, barely getting out of bed and playing. I mean, I have 2 glasses of wine. I had 2 glasses of wine last night, and it took me like an hour after I got up to get going this morning.
Oh, man. One of a kind. Johnny Football. All right, Buck, start us off today, man.
All right, Lee. Right. Game number 1, the Miami Hurricanes in South Florida. That's a huge game, and I think it's more of a huge game for the Hurricanes than anything, just to show that this is a really, really outstanding team no matter what. You know, I don't see in this being very much trouble for Miami. I think South Florida's played in a number of really hard games lately, and they've got to be worn a little bit. I know they'll be excited about playing against their brethren in the state of Florida, but they've got to be awful tired, the kind of competition they've played against over the last couple of weeks. And I think Miami takes advantage of that. What do you think about that? That line, you know, that's kind of steep line.
No, it's 7.5. They're playing Florida, 7.5. So what's interesting about this game is if you watch that LSU game, you throw out the 5 interceptions, Florida wins that game. Florida's a better team. Now, the right tackle is horrendous.
Yeah.
So you heard the jokes. I'm sure you're the head coach or the offensive line coach, or even you would maybe say to an offensive lineman, like, what are you doing? Their right tackle, go back and watch the tape against LSU. He would have been better if he just laid down and maybe a couple guys would have tripped over him. That contributed to a couple of the sacks and the interceptions. DJ Lagway throwing the ball early and not in the right spot. So I think they've got a problem there. Miami has really good edge rushers. I expect Florida to go to more 3- and 5-step drops in this game. They have nothing to lose, Florida. They're going to have 15, maybe 20,000 of the 65,000 fans there. There's a huge fan base. So it's not going to be as one-sided as it was in the Notre Dame game. They might try – Florida State used to do this all the time. They used to try to take the crowd right out of it from the first game. They would try reverse on the opening kickoff or throwback. Remember that one to Dexter Carter? You probably remember that one, Bucky. The famous one. And they're going to try to take Miami out of their rhythm. What was nice about, and I was impressed with Miami, in the past there would be these rain delays. This was like a 2-hour and 10-minute rain delay last week. Miami played just as well after the rain delay as they did before
Yes,
that.
they
They had
did.
a couple plays right before the delay where they didn't play well. A couple quarterback was scrambling and they lost sight of the guy in coverage. But Carson Beck's playing great. You look at all the top quarterbacks that were thought about, the Arch Mannings, the DJ Lagways, Klubnik, all these guys. Best three quarterbacks right now are Carson Beck, I would say Mateer, and then I would say Marcel Reed right now. Those would be my Heisman top three. So I think Miami's going to win this game. The back door is open. This is a huge rivalry game here. Miami's going to have a couple games. This is not the 2001 Hurricanes. And even that team had trouble beating your Boston College Eagles in the last game of that year. I think Miami's going to win the game 30-26. Florida covers 7.5.
Wow, close game.
That's interesting.
All right, Lee, an SEC versus SEC tilt, Missouri and South Carolina, the Battle of Columbia. This game lost a lot of steam because, well, Lenore Sellers got hurt last week, and he will not play for the Gamecocks this weekend. The line is going up. I think Mizzou's now like a 13.5 point favorite.
Right.
They look good so far. Does Mizzou keep rolling, or can South Carolina without Lenore Sellers keep this interesting?
Luke Doty, backup quarterback for South Carolina. One guy called him a jack of all trades. Yeah, master of none. Guy's just not good. You talk about a guy that checks down all the time, can't push the ball down the field. That's this guy. Bo Probilla, the quarterback from Missouri, I think that Penn State would be a much better team if he would have stayed. Now, they couldn't tell Drew Allard, oh, you got to go. He's one of these guys, 6'5", 6'6", has a magic arm, and he's going to be drafted high. But I'll take Bo as my quarterback right now. They develop receivers. They have a good running game. They're explosive on offense. I think they're going to do a number on South Carolina. South Carolina, even with Sellers, is averaging 14.5 points per game. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. Missouri lays a 50 spot on them, 51-17.
Wow. Very interesting you say that, Lee. Do you think this is a team that can be in the top 12, can make the playoffs, Missouri?
I haven't seen their defense against anyone good yet.
Okay.
I'll tell you after I see them against a little bit better competition. It's coming up.
All right, next game, Ole Miss playing. You spoke about Tulane. That seems to be a large number. Tulane seems to be in the thick of things over the last couple of years, Lee, where they just kind of you give them a line like this, it seems like they can cover. What do you think? Is Ole Miss playing better ball right now?
They are. I mean, backup quarterback Trinidad Chambliss from Ferris State is a player. And we know Lane Kiffin can develop quarterbacks. The problem here is, can they win by, at least 2 touchdowns? I think that they can. So I think that they got a wake-up call, their run defense, and they faced a dual-threat quarterback last week. Now they're not going to face quite as an explosive a runner. Jake Retzlaff, the quarterback that came over from BYU, I think he's good and he has a great heart. He is no prospect in the NFL. So Taylor Green is a much better athlete, can push the ball down the field more. I like Ole Miss here. I think they win this game 42-28, cover barely. Not a game I would give my clients, but got to pick a side. I think it's Ole Miss.
All right. The Jackson Arnold Bowl on Saturday. Very intriguing matchup. Oklahoma's been one of the more impressive teams in college football through these first 3 weeks, at least for everybody else. And Auburn, they're 3-0 as well. They're into the top 25, and a nice resurgence for Jackson Arnold. OU about a touchdown favorite at home. Can Jackson Arnold do the funniest thing ever, Lee?
Well, he didn't play in the game last year. I don't know if people realize, did not play in that game last year. And he's going to come in and he's going to be ready to play. But I do believe, I'd like to get Bucky's point on this and see what he thinks. I think Brent Venables, by being around him and watching him prepare and knowing his strengths and weaknesses and calling the defense, I think he has the edge. Would you agree with that, Bucky?
I agree. Yeah. And him coming back, it's just the fan base and everything else. No matter if it's not the kid's fault for not being there, they're going to blame it on the kid for not being there. That's just the way that goes.
And it wasn't his fault. The offensive line was terrible last year. Top 5 receivers out for almost the entire season. And playing, if this game was in Auburn, maybe I'd say it's a little bit different. But that crowd is going to be crazy. And apparently he's a good kid. But most of their best plays against Baylor were broken plays and quarterback runs. And Baylor just was not prepared for that. Give Auburn credit. They came to play. They were down in that game early. They battled back. But I think Oklahoma, John Mateer is something special. I don't think he's much of an NFL prospect. Maybe he's a second, third teamer. I wouldn't draft him the first 2-3 rounds. But look at him leaving Washington State. They are horrendous without him. Horrendous. They were losing 42-0 at the half to North Texas last week.
Yeah.
So he's the heart and soul of Oklahoma. I like Oklahoma here, 34-24.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Lee. I agree with you. The next game, the Longhorns playing against the ghost of Sam Houston here at home, a game that Texas needs to score. May not matter, Lee. They need to look good doing anything that they do against a team like this. They need to look good doing it. Third down, scoring zone, fourth down runs, first down runs. Arch Manning needs to look good. The wide receivers need to look in sync. What do you think about this game? Texas is having a hard time covering these lines.
They are. But Sam Houston State's bad. I mean, really bad on defense. But I think they have that short passing game, the switching personnel. And I think they're just going to move the chains enough to stay in here. I just can't take Texas right now. Not a game I'm giving my clients. I think Texas is going to win 48-16. I'll take Sam Houston State and hold my nose.
Yeah, I think a lot of Longhorn fans kind of feel the same way right now. All right, Lee, your game of the week. Cowboys, Bears. Bucky and I were talking about this one earlier. Cowboys a slight favorite. It's pretty close to a pick 'em though right now. If folks want to get your expert pick on that game and if they want to take advantage of all of your plays this weekend, how do they find you?
Yeah, a lot of people couldn't figure out when this line came out, but I'm pretty good at reading the line. So I think I've figured out the right side to this Cowboys-Bears game. First 5 callers, I call 800-400-9741. Give them Cowboys and Bears on me, 800-400-9741. And this is the weekend. I get more calls, emails, and texts about this. When's the Baker's Dozen coming? Yep. And I call it the Baker's Dozen. Some of my clients call it the world's famous Baker's Dozen. It's 13 games combined Saturday and Sunday, and you don't have to call back Saturday and Sunday. As soon as you purchase it, window pops open with all 13 games. We've had a couple 12-1, 11-2, 10-3 records on it. So we're ready again. I found 13 games combined. I think it's 8 in college, 5 in the NFL, and $97. So it doesn't only usually happens about twice a year. So world's famous Baker's Dozen. If you've never been with me before, price should be right for you. Good price point. Or if you were with us and stopped off for some reason, great time to hop back on. Available right now. Baker's Dozen, 13 games, $97, one place, ParamountSports.com.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Lee, before I let you go, let me ask you about 2 teams that are playing in the Big 12. Just a huge game. You don't have to give it out, but what are your thoughts about Utah and Texas Tech? What are the Red Raiders and Joey McGuire? Are they real enough on defense to stop Utah at Utah this week?
Well, I think that their defensive line is much better, and that's what gives them hope here. But Utah is a tough place. I think it's only like 48 or 50,000 fans, but that place is loud. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been there before?
No, I'm not.
They're right on the field, and they may not drink a whole lot of alcohol, but whatever they do, they get fired up for their football. They do more probably than the BYU fans. So they're known as like the Rebel University, Utah compared to BYU. But I mean, with Dan Pierre's quarterback, he's tough. I mean, the worst thing is defensive coordinator. You hate preparing against a dual threat quarterback. They have some weapons, and finally have had a quarterback. And they haven't had a quarterback for a number of years now. That's been their problem. Injuries and just not finding the right guy. So I think he's the guy that's going to take them the distance. I probably would favor Utah in that game, but that should be a fun. That's going to be a fun game. I think those are the best 2 teams
in the Big 12. There you go. Yeah, Bill is tuned in this morning. He says, "Great shirt, Lee." So you made our sponsor happy, and that always makes us happy. Thanks, right. Thanks so much for joining us, my friend. Enjoy the football, and we'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Be safe.
All right, Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And of course, our weekly segment with Lee is brought to you by our great friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Hey, Paramount Sports is celebrating 32 years. How about Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers celebrating 142 years? Since 1883, they are Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. We've told you all about the beautiful jewelry, the amazing prices, the exceptional value, the TSU discount that you get, the free gift wrap, the downtown parking. They've got everything that you look for. They are the jewelry professionals and the diamond experts. You don't need to know a thing about jewelry. You just have to know Bill and his great team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. They will take care of you. Their reputation means everything to them. They will treat you with first-class service every single time. Go see them downtown, 611 Congress, right in the heart of downtown. And you can find them online as well at joecohenjewelers.com.
I like a little romper room special with Missouri for sure.
How about that? Is he 51 for Mizzou?
Yeah.
The SEC?
That's my
crazy.
key play of the week right there. That's my 100,000 unit play coming up this week.
I like that. We'll get those tomorrow as we bring on the fellas from Chaos Theory. It's Wags. It's Double R. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. How are we?
Doing good, boys.
Good. I got to go see Bill Cohen. I've got an anniversary coming up in.
There you go.
I think it's sometime in October. So
Let them wrap it. Don't try to wrap it yourself, brother.
Oh,
you
man.
always wrap it yourself. Don't let anybody wrap that thing for you.
The only thing I rap is music, boys. That's the only.
There you go.
That's
You're
right.
rapping these days?
Rapping Rodney. You remember that in high school? Some folks used to call me Rapping Rodney Dangerfield.
I see Cardi B's having a baby with is it Stephon Diggs?
Yeah.
Keep it in. He was on some game show.
Is that the deal that she just goes from guy to guy and has a different, has like 4 or 5 different daddies for them babies?
Paycheck, right?
This will be Cardi B's fourth career child. I believe the first 3 were all with the same guy, Offset, the rapper who's a part of Migos. But I know this is the first kid with
Stephon. This is his first kid, it sounds like.
Yeah. I don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't keep up in the rap world right now. I'm a little off with that.
Yeah, Diggs likes to leave it in, is what he said.
That's what I heard too. I heard that he was doing the Steve Harvey, not Steve Harvey. What is it? Family Feud.
Yeah,
hosted by Steve Harvey. He was just like, finish the sentence, leave it blank, and he finishes it with in, leave it in. You know what I mean? Instead of leave it alone, or he could have gone anywhere else, but he goes, leave it in.
Oh my goodness!
Well, he's
that's not a good tip for kids in the car line.
Finish what you start. Follow through.
Always take it out.
Yeah, pull out, kids. Pull out.
Pull out.
Funkle BK says pull out.
Yeah, so you can
Rodney,
have
we
fun.
still have nothing from the girls upstairs. It's done. It's over with. That saga is over with.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
we started the show talking about that and the update for you guys. Still no response from the incredibly nice text message that I sent a couple of days ago. So
they're not going to get back to you.
I think you're right.
Until they want something else. And when they need something, they will get back to you.
Yeah, you're right. I can't help them.
You're the kind one. You're the kind one by responding.
And it's been told throughout the world that you're the kind one.
Yes, it has. Throughout all the wise men, all throughout the world.
All right, boys, I've got to go get a thermal sauna for this back. Yes.
Man.
Infrared sauna, Wags, is the way to go. There's different kind of sweat that come out of your body.
What does that do? What does the infrared sauna do?
It goes deep into your tissue, almost into the bone.
Leave it in.
Leave it in, Buck. Hey, you're on. This is it's not the cool sauna where you're in there with your towel and a bunch of naked guys are just talking sports
with the eucalyptus saying, "Hey, John, you think you can get a little harder on the shoulders, huh?"
I love to talk to people and I love to talk to them in bathrooms. Saunas was my best spot, talking to them in the sauna. But now this one is you're in your own little. You got your own little cedar sauna right there for the infrared. So you got to talk to yourself. I'm in my own mind. I'm stuck in my own head.
You got somebody working out the kinks?
No, they don't. There's no touching. There's no touching whatsoever. It's just you and the red light.
Oh,
just a lot of deep. Just the red light district.
No,
just
turn
me
on
and the
the
red
red
light
light.
district. We would paint the town red, buddy.
And then I go cryo right after that. Take a shower and then to the cryo machine.
Damn, that could cause heart attack, can't it?
Why I don't need those thoughts.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Buck. I'm kidding.
No, it's like the hose at the car wash, with the vacuum hose.
Oh yeah.
Except for cold air comes out, and they just rub it up and down your back. So
I'm
ready
for that before.
I haven't seen good hose at a car wash in a long time.
I've seen it in Grand Theft Auto where they get out there and do the car wash, bikini car wash.
Yeah, where's that? Where do I find that here?
You need a good hose at the car wash. It's hard to
find.
That's what
honestly, that's what I thought you were talking about at first. And then
no. This puts cold air right on the spot. So
that's when you go to the red light.
Because I'm sick of feeling like this. I'm feeling very sissy-like because I've not been able to do some of the things I'd like to do. This sciatic nerve deal is for real.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, that's no joke.
What happens in the military? What happens in the military when you say you had to go out and you had like sciatica, where you can't?
If you can't go, you compromise the mission. You got to stay your ass back behind the wire. There's no way you're going to do that. I mean, everybody wants to gun up and get out there, but if you're that banged up and that hurts to where you can't move, you
put everybody in jeopardy,
compromising everybody else on your team.
So they let you stay at the barracks, or
if it's bad enough, you'll stay back at the fob. Yeah, if it's bad enough, you'll stay back at the fob and won't go on patrol or won't go on the mission.
Yeah, they'll put you at the La Quinta out there in Afghanistan.
It ain't the
Afghanistan.
It ain't the La Quinta. Man,
hey, it ain't no Motel 6. I guarantee you.
Yeah,
that.
it ain't the Holiday Inn Express. I'll tell you what, you would take the Nights Inn over some of the.
Of course, I would.
I love the Nights Inn. Are you kidding?
The extra bed in the windowsill there, the extra mattress sitting up there,
and the bars and the bars. You would take that. You would take that.
I roll up places now, and it's like
have a good Thursday, guys.
Take care.
There
buddy.
he goes.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother.
Yeah, it's like when I go to hotels now, dude. It's like I don't like this. It's too nice. This is too nice for me.
Nice.
Yeah, man. It's like
you know me, man. I just, no matter how nice the place is, I just don't sleep well in a hotel. Like I hear it don't matter how thick the walls are. They say these walls are thick, but you still hear every damn conversation in the hotel going down, or at least I do.
Yeah.
My hearing's not even that great. I pick up on shit, man. I pick up on shit. Like I pick up on everybody in my backyard right now, man.
As I've gotten older, man, it's like now I can sleep. Dude, it's like I can pass out, and I tell you,
you say you go to bed around 9. What time do you really go to bed?
Honestly, Wags,
it's
I
like
usually
7, right? You're probably in bed around 7.
No, bullshit.
You're in bed around 7 o'clock.
No, I go to bed. It all depends. It all depends because now it's like it depends when I eat. See, I used to eat way late. I mean, I would eat like at 9 p.m.
Wait, you say the food knocks you out? The food puts you to sleep?
It just makes me tired. Yeah, it makes me tired. But it didn't used to. I would eat late and I would stay up. But now I'm trying to eat early, so that's why I get tired. But I'm eating less. That's where it doesn't really make
wild.
sense.
So I mean, not that I'm a doctor or anything, but I played one time.
And where'd you stay last night?
And a Holiday Inn Express.
Not the Nights Inn.
Not the Nights Inn. The Best Western. The Best Western Inn. Is that still one? Is that
Plus.
still a thing?
Best Western Plus. Those
Best
are nice.
Western Plus because I'm a loyal member. I use my points. Where's what was I getting ready to say? Damn it.
We were talking about eating less and going to bed.
I can't remember. No, I lost.
But it's like seriously, when they diagnosed me with sleep apnea and gave me that sleeping hose, it's like now I go to bed, Wags, and I just, dude, I wake up and it's like, shit, I feel really good. Probably because I'm not, about to blow my heart out.
Or you're not, I guess, how many times do you wake up? How many times did they say that you woke up a night in that?
When I'm telling you, when I did the sleep study, they said that I would have 27 incidents per hour.
That's not sleeping.
And that's just random.
Right. That's not sleeping though, right? Like if you're doing that, that's going to pull you out of your sleep, I would think.
Yeah. This thing just knocks me out. I mean, I only wake up to piss, a couple times a night. And then I wake up in the morning and I'm so rested, Wags, that I'm tired. It's like, shit. You know?
I got crazy. I don't know. What was I gonna say though, man? I dropped it. I lost it. I absolutely lost the damn ball. I lost the damn ball, man. If it comes back to me, if I find the ball, I'll run with it.
And
where do you want to go first, man?
Patrick, no, tested for that. No Gotti. No.
Yeah,
Gotti.
Thank God. Yeah, I am not there, thankfully. That's the main thing, because once you hit, diabetes, you really got it. Or even if you get close to it, you got to change your ways of life, right?
This is my peeing at night. Several of these a day that's water. That's a water container, by the way. That's
something in your piss bottle. I was just like, what the hell are you doing? You got going on here.
Yeah, I fill that up with piss 3 times a night.
There you go.
Then drink out of it during the day.
What's up, Mike? We see you, buddy.
Well, we got it. Before we get into sports, let's get a pool update. It's the pool update with Wag.
The pool update. I was in it. They cleared out most of the big chunk rock. The 5 foot is completely dug out, and now they're working on the slope. Concrete phase will be starting September 30th.
Nice.
Dog and Bianca the Brave almost fell in. Thankfully, there's no, metal or anything back in there right now. But Bianca almost took a tumble because Rock they're excited. The dogs are excited too, right? But Bianca isn't exactly as nimble and limber as she used to be. So, she prints like she's very ginger-footed around it, right? Rocky, he's like king of the jungle and shit. He's just running all over the place trying to get up on the mountains of dirt, and he almost knocked her over into the damn thing. And I almost fell my ass over into the deep end too.
Well, I saw the picture of you. I think it's on the Insta, as the kids say, where you're
on the face.
Where you're in the hole. You're down.
Yeah, I'm down in there, man.
Yeah, where you're down there, and I'm like,
I'm down in there doing a touchdown Jesus. So.
Yeah, down there doing the quality support. So
yeah, just checking out the stone, just checking out the foundation there.
When you're having a project done like that, are you like, and it's typically like, what's the commercials that they run where it's like you turn into your parents? Where it's like
is it Progressive?
That's what it is.
Where they sit out there, a lot of good limestone out there, huh?
so
I'm not doing that. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. So, are you one of those dudes when somebody comes over to do something, whatever the project is? Are you like kind of standing over them, kind of like
no
hands behind your back? And
no.
I've got a neighbor that does that, and it's like he's like he has people doing stuff there. They're like cutting tree limbs down, and that dude's up there like that, and I'm like, what are you gonna do if they do it wrong? What are you gonna do? You gonna climb your ass up there and do it?
The first day I was kind of like that, but then I realized, like, hey man, this isn't your project. You're not you're not the lead here. You're not the oversight. Get out of the way. You've paid for this service. Get out of the way and let them do their work, right? The only thing that I did do is put some plywood down on my neighbor's lawn so that the cat and the dozer didn't dig up their lawn too. That's the extent of it. After that, I got out of their way and just made sure, the communication was there for when they were arriving, when they were leaving, so I could lock the gate back up and let the dogs back out. And that's been the roughest part, right? No pun intended. But Bianca's got to pee like every 30 minutes, on average, right? So you got to, and now that she doesn't have the yard accessible, you got to take her out and and she's a stubborn girl, man. Like, she doesn't just go to the yard. Like, every time she goes out, she wants to go around the block. So it's just like shit, that's. And then Rocky gets all pissed off because he's not getting his walk either too. So it's tough, man.
Yeah. I had a girlfriend.
It's just been a little bit of a switch. That's all. So
I had a girlfriend like that once.
It's been different.
Yeah, had a girlfriend like that once. Wags. I'd take her out, and she wanted to go around the block. It's like, come on, man, get back over here.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? And stop for some dinner or something. Maybe stop for a snow cone.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where do you want to go first, man? We got some stuff on the slate.
Yeah, we got to play. And again, we know that Arch Manning is having problems. But here's some sound from Joel Klatt. And like I told you this morning, again, we don't need to sit here and dig into this. Joel Klatt is one of those guys that I truly do appreciate listening to. I put stock in what he says. He's a very rare one on TV or whatever, his podcast. These were his thoughts on Arch Manning. And we can kind of break this down just for a couple minutes.
Personally believe after watching Arch, he is too fast right now. He is pressing and he is ahead of the offense. That's the way it looks. Maybe not on every single play, but certainly on several plays. So here's what I see is I see that Arch gets back there and he has time to throw. And then before the picture can develop, you can tell his eyes are already shifting from the first place he's looking to the second place he's looking. So he's going from 1 to 2 before the picture ever materializes. He's ahead of the timing of the offense. Well, when that happens, typically you lose your balance, you lose your pocket presence, your eyes go down because you're anticipating that the clock is moving too fast. So your eyes go down, your pocket awareness crumbles. You miss open wide receivers. And when you do let go of the football, you're moving so fast in your own mind, you typically throw those balls short. Why? Because you jump at them. Your front foot gets out just a little bit too high. You jump at the throw and the ball tends to nose down and be short. If you're looking at the bulk of the incompletions for Arch Manning so far, they are underthrown. A couple of them woefully, going back to that game against Ohio State, and then several more in the last couple of games. Even when he's just trying to throw a quick hitter on the outside, it's too far low and away. Everything is trending down and away from the wide receivers.
Makes sense, right?
No.
No?
No, not to me, because from what I'm saying, and again, Klatt's probably more entrenched and probably has a better pulse on it than I do. But from what I've seen Arch locked in on one guy, one read when he I haven't seen him make his reads. I haven't seen him assist field. Very rarely have I seen him go through his progressions.
I've seen him a few times to where he appears to be, but like what Klatt's talking about there, it is very fast.
Like, and it makes sense. His logic makes sense, but I'm not seeing what Klatt's seeing. I'm seeing Arch Manning locked in on one receiver, one assignment.
And I think what I've seen is that he looks to where it's not Livingstone or the tight end or option number one. He'll look over there, but then he goes immediately to where he's more comfortable, with one of those two guys, which it does make sense with the underthrows and the footing is bad. All the mechanics are bad. And that's where you kind of break all of that down. But
I mean, I feel like he's sped up, but I don't feel like he's sped up to where he's going through his reads. I don't feel like he's coming off his first read.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's Rodney, that's just my observation, man. I am not a pro. I'm an armchair quarterback that talks on an internet show. Okay. So, but I feel like,
where'd you stay last?
I know what I see. Right.
Yeah. No. I totally get it. Yeah. So I don't know. Interesting analogy there from Joel Klatt, from a quarterback. So that I can kind of take some stock into what he's saying right there. But if that goes, it does make sense in the sense that the mechanics are bad and with the underthrows and all of that. But that's where you have to go in there. But how do you slow him down? So you got to slow him down, and I think the game is just so fast.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why? Let's break this down even further. Why do you think he's playing fast?
Why do I think he's playing fast?
Why do you think he's so sped up? Why do you think he's so ahead of the game, as Joel says?
I think that's the anxiousness. I think that's the expectations.
I know. I'm trying to break it down. Why do you think he's anxious? Go with me. Peel this onion back with me here.
Because he don't want to fuck up. I mean, that's obviously the main thing.
What's causing him to play fast? Do you think he's got enough timing? Like, break it down with me here.
Oh, well, I think that's a big part of it, to your point, where he's going and he's looking for Livingston or whoever option number one is, to where he's comfortable in that relationship and that continuity with that guy. And this,
do you think he's comfortable with his offensive line?
I think he is. And quite frankly, I think that it's the pressure, and I love he's scared. I think he's scared. He hasn't seen this play after play after play after play, where we talk about last year, well, he did this, he did that. It was very much in spot duty. He was very much in spot duty. And if you really look at it, to where I'm really concerned about it was because where we talk about, I heard Lee say it earlier, to where it's like what he did last year was against subpar competition. That competition was better than what he's had the last 2 weeks. I will tell you. UTSA and who was that? Mississippi State. That's better than what he just went against these last.
Well, what do you think though, or do you think exactly what Lee thinks, or?
No, I just think that he doesn't know what to expect, and I think he's not sure of himself. He's not confident. He hasn't had anything. That's why we talk about those 5 minutes that you had in game 2. After he makes the long touchdown pass to Livingston, the 83-yard touchdown pass, we saw Arch on the sideline to where it's like, I am fucking confident in what I can do. We haven't seen that since, because after that 5 minutes, that's the best 5 minutes of offensive football that we've seen from Texas. Everything else has been offensive, not offensive on the offensive side. So
if I'm breaking it down, if Klatt's saying he sped up, right? My immediate thought is, well, why is he sped up? Like what's going, like, does he not have the confidence in his offensive line? Does he always think he's going to get hit from behind? Does he think the timing's not there? Like, why is his speed, 1, 2, 3 drop release instead of 1, 2, 3 drop assess release? When he's not sped up, because I don't think the line play, especially on Pat. And now again, credit, we've been in cupcake land, but so far, the line play for pass protection has been pretty good. All right, at least in my eyes. Like Ohio State, even on the long touchdown pass they made to Livingston, they were closing down and closing in on him, but he was still able to get it off. So is his delivery, is his mechanics sped up because of the opposition's pass rush, right? Like,
and it very well could be. And this is
trying to break down the why to the madness.
No, I totally get it. And here's the other point about it is, I don't know the conversations that he's had with the coaching staff, to where that's where his skill set, I think, would be so much better. If he lacks confidence in the offensive line, that's where you turn it loose and you take off. I don't know if they've told him, don't take off, don't run. I don't think that that's been the case, because he can take a shot. Yeah, Magic Man's got it. He's trying to be a pocket passer, and he's trying to have that quick release that Peyton had, but he's not Peyton. That's the whole thing. And it could be the lack of confidence in the offensive line, and they have not given him a reason to be overly confident, because they've graded bad and they make mistakes. So, yeah, again, this is all so mental for him. So Joel Klatt may have hit into more stuff here, because I love your points. I mean, that really is the thing. Why does he rush? Does he lack confidence in his offensive line?
Well, I mean, I just I've seen his play sped up. I just don't agree with Klatt that, he's sped up to the point to where he's just going through every one of his progressions and he's not seeing the picture clearly. I feel like I've seen him do nothing but hone in on Livingston and Livingston solely. And even when Livingston's in double coverage, and wishing Livingston into, a window of opportunity here. Like that's what I feel like I've seen. Or if it's not with Livingston, it's read one. Like I feel like he struggled to come off of his first read. Now I'm not going down and breaking down every damn play, right? I don't have the time to do that at this point. But if you guys do, that's maybe something to look into. Like, is he hitting his second and third progressions? Like, is he going through the tree? Right, or is he going through the actual play progression?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff. Good conversation.
Yeah. Code to text line 222-9328. That conversation we were having about trades. Our man Mike McCall. Stay out of the way. You hired us for a reason, and that was the thing. When those guys were here at our house, I'd be here in the studio. If they needed me, they'd come knock. And so it's like they're like, stay out. They didn't tell me to stay out of the way, but I am staying out of their way. So, yeah, good point right there as Wags continues with his project happening there at his place. Wags, before we go into NFL, how about some sponsor shout-outs? Quick word about our friends from Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Everybody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. Go check them out at covertbcave.com. Audiovisual consultations. NFL is here. Thursday night football. We can talk about that here. Big one tonight, Wags. Big one. Miami and Buffalo. We'll break that down here in just a second. One spot to check it out. You got to have that AV consultation.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
avconsultations.com. Check them out today, 255-8678, and you will talk to Tom when you call that number.
Yes, you will. And then also it's the Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hecht. That's right, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. New lawyer in town, and it's him. When the storm hits, you got to give Hurricane Hecht a call. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just your lawyer, though. A Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, you fall off your deck or patio, and you fall into your hole that it's going to soon be your pool, give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call, right? No fees in your pocket unless you win. That's right, unless you win. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with the clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, that number 512-938-8929. The email, Ryan at Hecht Law Firm. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. Well, before we go to the NFL, a couple of great job. Texas volleyball last night, taking care of TCU. Swept them. Just mopped the floor with them at Gregory Gym. Great job there. Austin FC to the cup.
Bro.
Huh?
I got to use the bathroom, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah.
I'm like sitting here dancing. I'm
You're
sorry.
Fine. Austin FC to the Cup final, and I'm actually going to be for the other work. I'm actually going to be over at Austin FC on Sunday for the Sunday game. So if you happen to be going to the game there, make your way out to the plaza. Look for the green pop-up tent, and I'll be there. I'd love to shake your hand and talk some sports. And on to the October 1st matchup, it looks like, with Nashville, and that's going to be a Cup championship that's happening at Q2 Stadium. So you have a championship game that will be going on right here in Austin. So good stuff right there. Kind of while I'm waiting for Wags to come back, I do want to touch on this. The guys talked about this morning, but the elimination of the spring transfer portal. So obviously, this is one of the things last year that to me was so odd as we were into that part of the season where you get to you're about to crown a college football championship and free agencies going on everywhere. And so much of the conversation when you had that going on was obviously the teams in the playoff and who's going to make it to the final and who's going to do this and who's going to do that. But it was like so-and-so has hit the portal and the other has hit the portal. So it, to me, very much seems like what is happening right here is that with the NFL has very much gone to the fact where they want more teams to be good. They don't constantly want it to be Kansas City, Philadelphia, Buffalo. They don't want it to be all of these teams all the time, to where you want teams to emerge and give it a lot of parity. I think that this elimination of that spring portal, because this essentially what is only going to affect the two teams in the championship, I guess, which I guess it penalizes them that they can't actively be a part of the portal because they're about to play for a national championship. But
Are you going 0-2?
What's that?
You going 0-2? 0-2 teams?
Yeah. 0-2 coming up. So yeah, spring portal gone right there. So yeah. So the 0-2 teams. So
yeah, I'm sorry. My apologies. I sit here and complain about my dog, but I'm just as bad as my dad.
It's all right, man. I told you I pee 2 or 3 times a night, man.
Getting old, man. Getting old.
It's like when it happens, 2 cups of coffee, 2 cups of coffee, one of them things of water already.
Like I used to be able to hold it. And now it feels like I gotta puke. It's so bad, like at times, right? And hardly, I don't know.
I knew
it feels like stuff hardly even comes out at times, and then all of a sudden just whoa.
I knew I was getting really old about 10 years ago because one time I really could. Like I would be on the road to go to a racing gig or whatever, and I could hold.
Yeah,
dude.
Another 77 miles.
Yeah, nothing. I'm driving to Fort Worth one day, and I'm like passing the rest stops because I want to get there, and boom, here it comes. I feel it, and a little bit trickled out, and I'm like,
oh, that ain't happened. I don't need to.
I'm like, yet. I've lost control of something.
My back starts hurting though from holding it so much at times, right? And of course, holding in the military, you got to hold it through whenever you're in an OP, or an observation post or whatever. Like you gotta be holding it. You can't piss until you get back to the base or whatever. But
and if you think about the whole makeup of the body, and I'm no anatomy guy, but when we sit here and we hold and we're holding having to take a piss and holding having to take a shit, it's probably not the best thing for our organs.
No, that's not. It's not natural. And apparently you're not supposed to push. Not that this is Dr. Adam and Dr. Ronald here, but apparently you're not supposed to push. You're supposed to just let it naturally.
When you go poopy,
fall out your ass. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're not supposed to strain. You're not supposed to grunt. You're not supposed to strain.
I'm very glad that I have forever. I've shit very freely, and my poor wife. Not to divulge too much information about what happened.
My wife just said stick to sports, man.
There are times where my wife doesn't go poopy for 4 days. I'm like, how are you even functioning?
That's wild. That's some type of crazy animal that you got to find in the wilderness that does something like that. You read about that shit in National Geographic and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Where are we going next? Let's get off this shit. Let's get off this shit.
Literally. So to the NFL, to the National Football League, and again tonight, the Miami Dolphins and Buffalo Bills talking about 0-2 teams. Well, there's one of them there, but the 0-2 teams that we have in the NFL right now, Wags, we can just kind of breeze through some of these and get the idea, maybe the probability, not the probability of a winning season, the probability of getting to the playoffs, because that's like the ultimate curse. When you're 0-2,
yeah, that's the trend, right? Stats usually go against you, right? That's the hill you got to climb. Well, one of those teams right now are going to be playing tonight, Miami Dolphins. Being in the East, Buffalo being the clear dominant team in that division, right? And then also, especially like when it starts to get into the latter portions of the season, you usually got to go up north, got to play in inclement weather, and Miami usually has to deal with the rain, but they don't really have to deal with the cold effect, right? A team that does that is New England, and they seem to be coming on, right? Slowly but surely, and maybe week by week, Vrabel gets that New England team back to Patriot form. But, 1-1 right now, you'd like to think that they're going to be playing for the wild card. That's going to throw a wrench in the plans for the Miami Dolphins there, is they're 0-2 right now. And, man, the Jets, too. The Jets, you want to talk about the Jets being another team in that division, especially with no Fields going into week 3 against the against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's under concussion protocol. Damn, like it got real bad, real daunting for the Jets after barely, losing to the Pittsburgh Steelers and thinking that, all right, the offense looks like it's going to be able to come out and run, basically lay an egg last week, not much going down. And then, Fields under concussion protocol now. Those are 2 0-2 teams right there that are probably out in terms of the wild card spot, just because of, New England coming on strong and Buffalo is going to run away with that.
And I think where Miami is of all these teams, I mean, I know, the Saints and all that, they're just bad, which, by the way, number 32 in my power rankings. I never released the whole thing, but they're number 32, New Orleans. But the thing about it with Miami is that there's just so much. I didn't realize that Miami was quite as bad as they are, but I mean, you've got pissed off players. They're already having
infighting. Yeah, they're in
players only meetings. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so that's just a horrible mess right there.
Respect the coach. Do they respect McDaniel? I thought Mike McDaniel had a pretty good rapport with the team.
Rex Ryan said they don't. Remember that?
Well, I mean, that's right. Yeah. Rex Ryan's been out of football for years, right?
Yeah,
like,
Rex Ryan's a bitter.
He's an analyst. He's an analyst. So
he's a bitter ex-coach. But yeah, I mean, I think Miami's just in a horrible spot. And the thing about it is, I mean, I think the teams that are going to be fine are obviously Kansas City and the Texans. I mean, with the Texans, it's weird. The Texans are 0-2. I was looking at that list and I'm like, shit, they haven't won yet. But I mean, they have had 2 competitive games and they're playing with a multitude of injuries. And eventually you would think that all that's going to come together unless Indianapolis is really this solid. And that's where I go back to more of the 0-2 thing.
Well, where you had your Chiefs at 8, right? You had at the power rankings, you got Chiefs at 8. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, I still got Kansas City at number 8. So that
right, like they're the gatekeepers for me. I got them at 10. So like I don't think Kansas City's in trouble, right? Like as well as the Chargers are playing, like I still think even if Kansas City can't come out of the depths and somehow, some way find a way to win the West. I think the Broncos, because of their slow start, that helps out Kansas City just a little bit. But ultimately, by the trends, the Chargers towards the end part of the season, until I see differently, guys. Like they always come out strong. They haven't started this good since like Tomlinson and Breeze. Since I can't quote the year or cite the year, but they haven't started this well in a while, 3-0 in a while, right? But usually they tend to fall off and drop off in the latter part of the season, or they just get in their own way. Are the pieces rearranged to where they're just going to have success now? I go with what I know. That's usually, I bet on the stats, and I tend to have more green in my pocket than I used to because of that, instead of going with my emotions. When you go with stats and go with numbers instead of your emotions, you're going to come out in the black instead of the red.
Yeah, and that's where I think that it's so weird with Kansas City, because that division is so much better than it has been. And I think Denver at some point is going to...
You're right. Even the Raiders, man. Like, even the Raiders, I mean, Myers, they don't have Myers is their number 1. But you're absolutely right. Like, the Raiders has even... progressed a little bit.
And Ashton Genty is a guy where, I mean, I think a lot of folks are like, wow, it's surprising. No, it's not. That's not surprising that he's doing this well. I mean, so that there's that. The 0-2 team that I really am trying to get a read on, because you mentioned the Patriots. The Jets are the ones where I'm like, I really had these high hopes for the Patriots, but maybe I was wrong, which happens quite often. Maybe the Jets are going to be that team.
They need not without Fields. They're gonna lose week 3. They arguably could have gone 0-3 with Fields in there, right? But tough schedule right out of the jump for the Jets. Pretty tough.
And another one, I mean, we'll get to see them firsthand. I mean, Cowboy fans, we'll see Chicago. Chicago's
they're in trouble. They're done. I mean, I would say that they're probably their wild card hopes or their playoff hopes. You guys know the trends. 0-2 teams, struggle to make it back or struggle to get to the playoffs. I would say that Chicago's kind of dead to rights. Not so much dead to rights, but they're one of the teams, because of Green Bay playing so strong, because of Detroit being able to be lights out too. Like they're in hell, I mean, if Minnesota gets healthy again, right? Like if Minnesota gets healthy again, you never know with Minnesota because of their offense. So I would say Chicago's in trouble. Chicago's in a lot of trouble. Cleveland. Is Cleveland in trouble? Yeah, Cleveland's in trouble. 0-2, you're in trouble.
I think they are, and again, a lot of these are because of division. I mean, it's like when we talk about Kansas City, I mean, with the West, I mean, Minnesota being in the NFC North and so forth, to where it's like you would think the Saints, if there was a snowball's chance that they had an opportunity to be competitive in that division, maybe they could make a run.
Well, let me ask you this:
Carolina, just
they're dead to rights. Let me ask you this: there's no hope for the Panthers, but Texans are 0-2, and so are the Titans. Right? They're both in a lousy division. Who's got you and I both agree that the Texans got the better chance of crawling out of the basement for that one, right?
Oh,
but
yeah. I would say
I'm going off of your theory, because if it's such a lousy division. I also think the team matters too, right? Like you could be the Falcons maybe at 0-2 and sneak into the playoffs because you can beat up on the Panthers twice and then beat up on the Saints twice, and then maybe split with the Bucks. I doubt it, but maybe. But you'd like to think that the Texans probably beat the Titans twice, right? They beat the Jags twice, split with Indianapolis, so the Texans have a chance at getting out of the cellar of the AFC South. But I don't see the Titans doing that.
And this is where we can looking at the 0-2 teams. We can look at the 2-0 teams, where Indianapolis, the most obvious one, conversely there, to how good are they? I mean, are they really this good?
They beat a Broncos team, though. I mean,
they did, man. And that's where
those Broncos kind of beat themselves, but I mean, still the opposition has to execute.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, here's this point. I mean, Hunter brings this up, and I've wondered for the longest time, because Kirk Cousins is so intriguing for a lot of reasons. He's a genius for one thing, because that dude banks like crazy. But at one point, do you insert this guy to try to wake these guys up that we talk about
to the Falcons?
Yeah,
I don't think you do. I think, or if you. Maybe in a cupcake game so that you can get Kirk Cousins' value up a little bit and then trade him out to let him go do something else. I mean, they don't want to eat that. They don't want to eat that tag. I mean, shit, nobody in the NFL wants to eat that tag, man. Like
you're going to have a hard time selling this guy off to somebody else. Just he can go out there and be lights out, but it's just,
if you go back to Cousins, you got to be ready to stick with Cousins and set Penix down for a while. Mm-hmm. I would think, right? Like.
Yeah, if this dude came in and lit up, Drake London, got these guys, got Kyle Pitts, but he had his chance with Kyle Pitts and couldn't make Kyle Pitts.
He had his chance with all of them.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happens with Atlanta, but yeah, these 0-2 teams. I mean, Kansas City, Houston, they're the ones that are obviously, I think, going to be okay.
I've left him on my bench twice, 2 weeks in a row. I've left him on I don't know when to put him in. I can't trust it. And I've had 20-some plus points on my bench each week because I can't trust putting QJ in. I just can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jack's got a great point here, because let's say Cowboys, Giants. We saw that last week. We can talk about just in the East, Cowboys, Commanders, Eagles, Commanders, Eagles, Giants, whatever. It is really hard, especially right now, to where we have teams that can become more competitive, to just count on winning 2 divisional games. And when you look at like the NFC South, it's like,
I think it can be done in the South. I think the South is a division that it can be done in.
Yeah,
right? Especially if you're the Texans.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, especially.
I don't know, dude.
Texans, yeah, you're right. Texans, I need to walk that back a minute.
Yeah.
They're kind of, they need to realign, right? They need to realign and kind of find their way again. Again, Pierce isn't hurt. I looked into this. Pierce isn't hurt. He was just a healthy scratch. He was inactive for the week. So maybe they turn to that and find some reprieve there. But Dameon Pierce, to my knowledge, from what I read in the notes this morning, is not hurt. He was just a healthy scratch. But who knows? Maybe they're trying to trade him. I don't know what's going on. I'm not a GM.
And see, this is where, like with the AFC West, when it's like when you have the Chargers and the Chiefs, and you're going to have Denver and the Chargers and all that. That's where that one's going to be so interesting, because it's like these. I think there's going to be a lot of splits there, and Cincinnati. When you look at in the North, I think a lot of people are kind of sleeping a little bit on our man Jake Browning over here, because like I told you on Monday, I didn't know that dude was still on the Bengals. And, when that dude played in, what was it, 22, when that dude came in 22, he was pretty damn good. I figured that dude would have gotten moved and gotten some kind of big contract.
Do you know what stat speaking of the Bengals, do you know what stat I just saw yesterday? I can't cite the actual number, but Joe Burrow has been hit or sacked more than Andrew Luck has at this age.
He's going right down that path, dude. He is going right down that path. It's like, so what is this? I mean, he was hurt. This is like,
I think he's been hurt 3 consecutive years, right? Each year. I mean, now he hadn't been season-ending injuries, but he's been hurt, a decent chunk of the year.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man. I love what you said the other day, to where we were robbed of not getting to see Andrew Luck, because it was like, imagine if that dude were still playing right now. I mean, that guy, and
especially now with the rules kind of been
tailored more to the quarterback.
Yeah, tailored. I would say tailored more to a quarterback league. Not just to the quarterback, to the offense, rather. Like the defense is kind of, been able to be de-weaponized, honestly.
Yeah. And with the Bengals, I mean, it's just like the Bengals are like, it seems like they don't care. It's like, you've got this unbelievable quarterback. Can you just take care of that guy? Can you spend some money and take care of that?
Well, they spent their money.
Yeah, they did.
They tied it up in 2 wide receivers.
And ain't nobody gonna take care of that dude's left backside. And again, this is a toe thing, but I mean, you don't get him back to December. But when folks talk about the Bengals tanking, I don't think they're not going to tank on purpose, but I think they're going to be competitive. I mean, because I have some faith in this number 6 back there behind center. Dude's pretty damn good, and hopefully he gets paid. If he's able to keep him in. If they go 500 while Burrow's gone, if Burrow's truly going to come back. So do you even bring Burrow back, or do you shut him down?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, he's top quarterback in the league. You absolutely have to.
Yeah.
But it's turf. Like, see, the thing about turf toe is turf toe. Can it be chronic? Can't turf toe turn chronic?
I think so.
And just be like an ongoing nagging injury. Almost like a high ankle sprain. Like if you don't sit there and elevate your ankle for a high ankle sprain, like that almost turns into like a broken leg from whatever. I don't think I've ever had a high ankle sprain.
That's what's so weird with those injuries, to where you get dudes that rip ACLs and MCLs and all these different things, and within a year they're back, and it's like nothing ever happened. And then you have like a toe injury.
Yeah, if it's surgically done or surgically repaired, then I don't know. This is so bad that it had to be surgically repaired.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's how it stubbed so bad, or it got jammed so bad that it needs surgery on it to be repaired.
The one that I think about all the time, Wags, is when you think about these guys with the Achilles, it's like it's that little bitty thing back there that you don't even think about on the back of your foot right there. But when that thing gets ripped, your ass can't walk. It's crazy.
No,
that's
for sure.
Crazy. So
for sure. To finish this 0-2 conversation up, the only teams I think that are in trouble: Giants are done, Panthers are done, Saints are done. Titans are done. Cleveland's done. Dolphins and Jets are done. The only teams I give hope for are the Texans and the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I really think those are the only two. And Sean McVay. Yeah, Sean McVay. Didn't he rip his Achilles? Or
I don't know if
ACL?
it was Achilles. I did see him. Maybe it was his meniscus or something. I don't know. I gotta look into it and get the actual thing.
No, that's a coach with passion.
Thursday night football tonight.
Thursday night football. Give me the Dolphins.
I guess that's funny.
Give me the Dolphins. No, this is where
are you taking the Dolphins? I think they're 2 touchdown favorites. Let me pull this up.
I think I saw it was like 8 and 10, 8.5.
11.5. 11.5 right
11.5. Yeah, no, you think you got to go with Buffalo here. I mean,
LB seeing it at 12.5.
I might be apt to take that. And it's like, so is this like Mike McDaniel? I mean, if you have an absolute fall apart on the sideline with this shit show called the Miami Dolphins tonight, I mean, do they make a coaching change?
Do you think they're good for 14?
I think so.
He's in there.
I'm taking. I think Buffalo wins this game by 17 tonight, man.
That's a lot of points. But Thursday night football usually is like that, right? Like there's usually a natural letdown with some teams' defense, or with naturally both teams' defense, and it's either turns into a clunker of a game or just an absolute barn burner.
And that's what sucks tonight is you have that, and then I think the only college football game we have is Charlotte and Rice. So it's like, come on, man. It's supposed to be a good Thursday. It's supposed to be a good Thursday night football.
I mean, there's baseball and there's playoff baseball gearing up.
There is. Astros, by the way. Back in command. You guys.
What'd we tell you?
Yeah, just like always. Before we get into any of that stuff, as we approach the top of the 10 o'clock hour.
Are we doing the wheel today?
We can if you want to.
Right, but I mean, are we doing the wheel for Fridays, or are we doing it for Wednesdays?
Wednesday worked pretty good, don't you think? Because tomorrow
it did work pretty good. It did work. So we'll spend on Thursday. We'll have the week to compile our list.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. And while you get that ready, we'll talk about McCall Custom Homes, like we talked about with contractors coming to your property. Wags has them there right now. McCall Custom Homes has been here at my place, and they made my master bathroom into something that I never thought it was going to be in a house as old as my house is. Just an amazing job that they did. Showed you some pictures earlier in the week to where they took that little bitty old shower space where I was all cramped in there in that nasty ass cultured marble bathroom. Ugh, horrible. They took that other space and made it unbelievable. And they could do that for you, whether it's a living space inside, you want to redo your kitchen. Again, the places where you're going to get value into your home, which is what McCall Custom Homes does. And this is just my uneducated opinion. Kitchen, living area, master. Get those redone. Get those updated. And that's going to add a lot of value to your home. They can do the outdoor spaces as well. If you're looking to hang out, I think fall falls on Monday. We start into the new season. It's a great time to hang out outside, watch your football, call Tom McKay, get your AV consultation stuff done out there, call Mike McCall, get that outdoor space all set up. That is what you want to do. 633-9580-512 area code, as we always say, and that's going to be your free estimate if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Be sure and do that. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the projects, gallery of projects there. Get that call into Mike. If you just want to call him and say, hey, here's what I'm thinking. What do you think? They'll work to get you there as well. Like I said, this master bath is not exact. This isn't exactly what we thought we were going to have, but I'm damn glad that we got what we got after it was all said and done. We build value into your home after 40 years, still doing it right here in the Central Texas area. It is McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today.
All right. Do we got it? There we go.
McDaniel, heavy favorite for the first coach to be fired. Yeah, it may happen Friday. Because this is going to be on national TV.
It is time to spin the wheel. All right, for the categories, we have breakfast foods, classic cars, blockbuster trades, snacks, stripper names, NFL unis, best hockey sweaters, adult film stars, movie soundtracks, Hall & Oates songs, and breakfast. We've already done breakfast foods. That's my bad. Classic cars, not to be mistaken with dream cars. Let me take out the breakfast food. Did we do breakfast foods?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. Let me walk that back. I spoke not so fast, Coach Corso.
Spoke out of turn, my man. Spoke out.
All right, it's time to spin the wheel.
Hey, where's the little the other day you had
I
it?
don't know, but it's classic cars, man. I feel like we just did this.
Yeah, spin it again because maybe take that one out, Wags.
Spin it again? I guess we can.
Because I jacked it up when I did it. I did all classic cars because I'm old, so I kind of screwed the.
So should we take classic cars out?
Take that out because I kind of hijacked that whole topic.
Well, I left out all of my muscle cars because my muscle cars are classic cars.
Okay, well, we could do a random one here. Look what CB's popping up. Top 5 athletes.
CB, you got something going there. I'm gonna spin it again.
CB's got the mind of a genius right there.
CB's got the mind here. CB's got the mind.
That guy. We need to get him down here to Austin.
It's movie soundtracks.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's what
movie soundtracks will be the top 5, and you'll have a week to compile this bad boy and the weekend. I can tell you one that pops off.
I got him already.
Yeah, I can tell you one that pops off right now. Anything with Hans fucking Zimmer, man.
Dude, I got them all on 8-track sitting right over there, man. 8-track cassette. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
All
no,
right.
That'll be good. Yeah, top 5 movie soundtracks. Yeah, those are.
All right. Anything else left on the slate before we?
You mentioned it. Let's talk about Major League Baseball. Astros sweep the Rangers to win the Silver Boot yet again. And so the Astros now moving into first place by half a game over Seattle. And who's coming?
Is it enough?
Well, we're about to find out because the Mariners are coming to the Dike tomorrow, heading to the Dike for a weekend series. Ooh, man.
How you feel? I mean, you guys know, I mean, you've been there before. You've done it, right? It's been the past, what, 4 years now? 5 years in a row?
Just like 8.
So for 8 consecutive years, the Stros been taking this thing?
I think so. Ike's going to have to correct me here if I'm wrong.
I thought it was 5. I thought they got interrupted. I thought the Rangers got them. Did they?
I think they did. Winning the AL West. Yes, you're right about that.
Right, winning the AL West.
Yeah, no. The Rangers did get them. The Rangers got them. But 2016 is the last time that the Rangers won the boot. So the Rangers, I mean, the boot is the boot, whatever. I mean, ultimately that's not the end goal, but it's a lot of pride there. I'm just like I am the way I have been all year, Wags. It's like going into this series, I'm confident after what I just saw against the Rangers, but I just can't sit here and tell you that I think that what you need to do is build yourself a cushion right here. I mean, get yourself at least 2 games. Get 2 out of 3 right here to where you have something going in out of this series. If you drop all 3 of them, obviously you're going to be 2.5 games back.
You're dumped. You're in the dumps right there.
Yeah.
I mean, these are times 2 games, right? These are times 2 multipliers because it's head-to-head games going up against division rival, right? Or honestly, the gatekeeper. And look, if you went into the postseason, and it's been like this for a while, just with how strong, the East is, you got to win your division. Like, there's the only way in for either of these teams is through the division. You can't even win the wild. I don't even think wild card's in the question, right?
Yeah, because when the Astros weren't in first, they were the 3rd team in line for the play,
right,
or for the wild card. So yeah, I mean, because the East is that good. So yeah, here we go down the road right here. But you absolutely need to come out and you get them at home. You're getting Seattle at home, but to Seattle's credit,
Brown. Sorry to interrupt you, man. Jackie Brown is the first soundtrack that came to my mind. Was I name you one right now? Jackie Brown, Tarantino. Yeah, Tarantino's got some good sound in his films, man. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. So Seattle, to their credit, I mean, Seattle usually falls on their face about this point. I mean, in the past years, if you had Houston and Seattle coming down to the line right here, you'd have Houston ahead by about 4 games right now because Seattle
has the arms this year, or not. Usually Seattle does have the arms, but Seattle usually fails with the lumber, though, right?
And they made the good moves at the deadline, which didn't pay off immediately. It's taken a little bit of time, but that's where I do worry about them this year, to where it's like, okay, do those finally come to pass, and they're able to whatever,
or do they go quiet?
And
because look, like, I know there's no momentum in baseball But for some reason, man, like the mental game is still relevant, right? Like when you're standing across that field in the dugout and looking at the other team, and you're seeing the Astros there, you're seeing champions of 8 years in a row, according to what I just heard earlier, right? But I thought it was 5. But anyway, my point is, you're seeing champions, right? Like, how do you get out of that mindset? Like, how do you not beat yourselves at that point? And ultimately, I think that's what's bitten the M's in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's where it's like where we talk about Arch, where we talk about the mental part. When it's Seattle, you're expected to crap the bed right here because that's what you've always done. So to overcome that, and again, different pieces, different season, all of that. Seattle. I mean, that's exactly the point. So I don't know, man. Joe, and look, Joe Espada, I think, has done a great job with this team. I don't know what the real pulse is in Houston about people. You know, people bitched about Dusty Baker that came into a horrible situation where you had to go in and galvanize everything after the trash can scandal and all that. And he came in, won another World Series, and just kept winning. Joe Spot has done a hell of a job to where this team, especially with the attrition and the injuries, to where they've been able to put themselves in this spot to where we just naturally assumed they were going to be. Here they are. And 3 good games coming up in Houston. Wouldn't mind being able to make.
Better take them all. Better take them all, man.
Yeah.
Need them all, as they say. Need them all.
Just win them all.
Else on the slate, amigo? What we got?
The only thing is, I'm going to play a little bit of sound from Mac Brown from the Stampede podcast, where he's with our man Bob Ballou and VY. Mac Brown talking about people booing, just booing. And this is like, I need to think about this when the Cowboys are playing.
When you're down, you pick them up. You don't boo quarterbacks that are struggling. This is such a wonderful fan base. You should embrace Arch. We're so lucky to have him. Embrace this offense. Your job is to help pick them up. But I always wondered why people boo and yell when you're doing bad. That's when we need you. We need you to pick it up.
That's called support.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
called being positive. We don't do that.
I forget the analogy, but there's a difference. Like when people are at your events after you made it, that's not support. That's celebrating you, right? Like support is when, you're playing at the venue and there's 2 people on the floor watching the band play, right? Like that's, and you're one of those 2 people. Like that's support, right? Yep. That's support. That's not celebrating a win, right? Yeah. Like Mac's absolutely right. Coach is right. Like they need us. They absolutely do need us, man. Support and positive reinforcement.
There's a country music song where the guy's talking about where he was like at one time just an amazing country music singer, falls on hard times, everything's going wrong, and he's playing some little small tavern.
Isn't that every fucking country song, man? Ain't that every?
And there's one lady there. Of course, it's a lady, and
my wife left me.
The lady,
my dog died. Sorry, go ahead.
The lady. It's called "Can You Catch a Falling Star" by John Anderson. Before it crashes to the ground, and he sings this to that one lady, and she's got his back, and that's what these athletes need from us, right? Can you catch a falling star?
I mean, Mel goes all the way back to Mel Tillis. You're just a Coca-Cola cowboy. You walked across my heart like it was Texas.
That's right.
Come on, man.
You taught me how to say I just don't care.
You taught me how to say I just don't care, man.
That's what Archie needs to do. He needs to say I just don't care and become a Coca-Cola cowboy. And
maybe needs some Wally. What is it? Warby Parker Warby brothers.
That dude comes running out on the DKR Saturday to Coca-Cola cowboy, the man from Louisiana.
Man, what out loud. Good to have some Mel Tillis. I've had intruders in my head all morning. I've had Bucky said a quote on the show early in the morning, said, what about the Cowboys and something? And I went, oh, the intruders, Cowboys to girls, right? I went from Cowboys to girls. What's up, gents? How are we? Do a little Motown as you come into this session.
Either one of you guys know who Mel
Tillis is. Singing us into the screen. I love it.
I will serenade the panties off of you, Will. Canadian Idol, buddy. Canadian Idol.
There it is.
It's okay. Don't be. I'm kidding. You don't have to go. Don't go anywhere. It's okay. I was kidding.
It is. I've thought about it sometimes. You know how, like, I mean, no one our age is listening to the radio because cars have Bluetooth. And if they don't, people just plug the aux cord in if they still have the aux cord or they're not buying the Bluetooth adapter. But what I will say, like, in 2050 or 2060, is there going to be like a radio station or like a playlist where it's like the best hits of the 2020s?
Isn't that crazy?
And instead of like y'all's version of that, best hits of the 70s, where it's like Bruce Springsteen, it's going to be like Boss Man D-Lo and or random rappers and NBA Youngboy and stuff. I mean, it's fine with me.
That's a really wild point. Do you think terrestrial radio will ever go away?
I'm not sure.
They tried to get rid of AM. And I think you need AM more than you need FM. I mean, AM is solid.
Look at what's going on with us now, right? Like internet is dominating and taking all over. Like you mentioned it yourself, like an entire generation doesn't even really listen to the radio anymore. So once the generations die out that listen to terrestrial radio, will terrestrial radio be a thing? I think ultimately it will be for emergency purposes, right? For communications and stuff. But when generations don't even listen to terrestrial radio anymore, like when my point to all this is, how are radio stations still relevant? Like, how are they still getting sponsors and stuff?
I don't know. And like the only ones that I think will survive are like the huge sports ones, like 105.3 The Fan up here in Dallas, obviously 104.9 The Horn, rest in peace in Austin. But like, I mean, even that, like 103.5 The Fan, and they have Jerry Jones on there once a week or whatever, like their scheduled time is with him. Like, how many of their viewers are tuning in on their app? Or on like, because they also will broadcast that radio thing on Twitter where you can also see the visual, or on YouTube or other like platforms.
Yeah, you just get more viewership. You get more.
Yeah, but like, what's the percentage of viewers actually listening in the car on a radio?
Right.
And what percentage of those dudes are over 40 years old? Or
right.
50,
What's the demographic exactly?
Yeah. So,
and it's so weird, Jordan, that you mentioned that, because like it's always in a big town like Dallas, in a big city like DFW, to where you've got the Fan and you've got the Ticket, and they both continue to. I'm assuming they're thriving. They're both still in that format, but like even now, if you listen to a radio station, it's like, you know, the same 10 songs, you know, and it's like, you don't want to listen to that. It's so easy to dial up a Spotify or do something else. But I think it's important to have. I love terrestrial radio, so I hope it doesn't go away.
I think it's important for communication, especially for like when stuff goes down and you need to take an emergency route somewhere. I mean, my northern ass, you know, when you get snow on the road or whatever, and you have to reroute something, you know, that would usually be the ways of communication. But again, that's still wild.
Yeah. And Jake Bayless, I mean, I don't listen to the Fan or the Ticket. I just said the Fan because that's the first one I could think of. But I mean, it is interesting. Like, I mean, anytime I'm at home and I get in the car and my dad's driving, he doesn't plug his phone in or anything. It's 96.7 or AM 1300. You know, he doesn't put his phone in.
He's still got his favorite radio stations programmed in.
Exactly. And my stepmom, I think, does the same thing. And my mom and stepdad, too, where they just, like, listen to the radio, Case 101 or whatever.
Yep.
Like, Wags, I'm not even joking. I don't even know what channels my car has for the radio because I don't listen to it.
Yeah.
Like, I've never not plugged my phone in and played songs or podcasts.
Usually what
like,
every car has.
Do you even know what stations you get on your car?
I know what I know what the local stations are.
Yeah, I don't. But outside of Austin, I really don't know. Like, if I go down to San Antonio, I really don't know. But usually, like, most cars these days come equipped with like Apple CarPlay and shit like that too. So as soon as you plug your phone in, it goes to your car. It tells your car like, hey, we're playing Spotify, man.
Yeah. But like Uber, something happened in my Uber a few days ago where like it was late or behind the time, and they send me like this $30 credit, and it's like you can use it for all these different things. And I pull it up, and it's like my two options are like a Sirius XM, like 90% off for a 6-month subscription, and the same thing for like iHeartRadio. And it's like, I'm not using this. Like, why would they give this to me? I'm not going to use this, you know? And the CarPlay thing is kind of annoying. Like my car, the 2015 Yukon I drive, it doesn't have that, but it has Bluetooth. But hey, the boys at Highly Buick GMC, 3 weeks into this, 3.5 weeks, they got me a loaner finally.
There we go.
I'm driving a 2025 Buick Envista or Envision, some shit like that.
Just keep it.
I only have about 1,700 miles on it, which you're probably like, wow, that's a lot. But it lasts me about 2 weeks because I have to go to Houston and Austin this weekend and then Houston the weekend after. But every time I get in there, the CarPlay thing shows up to where I can't be on my phone for like 10 seconds as it syncs or whatnot. And like, I mean, I'm obviously going to sync my phone to it, but like the average person in my dad's thing, he's going to be like, why is it connected to my phone or whatever?
You can't plug it in and it immediately connects?
You can too, but I picked it up from the dealership. I didn't put my.
That's what I like. It was always funny, like when I was driving rental cars a lot, where it's like you get in a rental car and it immediately wants to sync, and you look at the whole list of phones that are
I don't put my
sunk to
shit
that
in there.
thing. It's like,
damn
damn
well I ain't putting my shit in there.
Yeah, but there is still one thing when it comes to radio. When it comes to AM, FM radio, if at all possible, listening to sports. To me, if I'm driving somewhere, I want to particularly a baseball game. I want to listen to it on the radio. It's just I'm old.
Well, man, I pull up the Zone and listen to Craig. Like that's that's usually. I mean, that's how I listen to every damn Longhorn game too. So I can't do it. I can't listen to the Nationals. I can't listen to the pundits.
Do you just mute the broadcast and somehow sync it up with the radio?
You got to sync them up.
Yeah,
there's a lot of pausing involved. Yeah, where it's like it's kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest.
I love me some Craig Way. Love that voice of his, but I'm just gonna watch the game because like I have too many notifications on my phone to where if I'm not watching the game live, it's getting spoiled for me right away. You know, so I gotta just watch it live. And
all right, well, we don't want to spoil the rest of your all show. I'm gonna get out of your all's hair, man, and let y'all enjoy this Thursday. Will, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you guys.
Have a good show, man.
I'll be good.
All right, we'll see
you. Hey, well, I don't know what this is about, but I might have to check it out. But hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. We're rocking and rolling on a Thursday. Will, how are we feeling this great Thursday morning?
We're feeling good. I think we're feeling confident that the West Campus gods will allow me 45 more minutes of stable internet connection. It's real nice when you're in the middle of being on this show and then you have to yell at someone in the apartment complex to fix the Wi-Fi, but we move on a exciting week for Texas. The last chance they have to right the ship with this offense before heading to Gainesville on October 4th, and we move to an exciting visitor list with a good amount of commits and a good amount of high-profile prospects headed up to Texas this weekend. So just start wherever you want, Jordan.
Yeah, before recruiting, I want to ask you a question. I think I asked Eric this yesterday. I might have asked you this on Tuesday. Sam Houston State, horrific team, the worst team Texas will play this year. They've allowed 41 points to Western Kentucky and 38 and 37 to UNLV, and I'm blanking on the third team they played. Hawaii. That's right. And it was at Hawaii or in Hawaii. How many points does the Texas offense have to score for, I guess not only you, but the fan base to stop shitting their brains out about this offense?
Realistically, I think that number is pretty close to 60, if not 60. Do I think Texas has really any chance of doing that? Yeah, okay, yeah, there's a chance. Do I think they will do that? No, I think it will be a major plus if they score anything over 45. I think that's kind of the point for me. 7 touchdowns I think should kind of be the expectation, but expect at least 5. The running game is going to look a lot different. You went into last week's game expecting that CJ Baxter was going to get the brunt of carries, and then Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, and James Simon were going to split the rest. Ended up being that Simon, I think, ended up with the most carries out of anyone on the team in that game. It'll be super interesting to see what the breakdown is this week, considering that you're rolling in without Baxter and the game plan has shifted because of that. I would expect that we see a little bit more Jared Gibson. It seems like they've kind of held him a little back, just a little bit in the first few games. But it seems like they wanted to give those reps to James Simon for a reason, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen again on Saturday.
Yeah, for those interested about just how bad Sam Houston State is, especially defensively and in their secondary, I believe there's 136 teams in the FBS now. That's right.
Yeah, I believe
They
so.
are 133rd in pass defense, 113th in pass efficiency defense, 115th in completion percentage allowed, 131st in passing touchdowns allowed, and 119th or worse in 10, 20, 30, and 40-yard completions allowed.
Not good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I talked about it a little bit yesterday with Eric. Like, are they going to revert back to the Quinn Ewers offense, or everything's behind the line of scrimmage or within 10 yards? They kind of did a little bit. I believe like 80 or 90% of Arch Manning's throws in the second half were within 10 yards or behind 10 air yards or behind the line of scrimmage. So thought that was interesting. I'm also very curious, like, how much are we going to see Arch Manning run the ball? He obviously brings some stuff to the table as a runner. He helps, I think, with kind of how putrid the Texas run game has been. He's going to help a lot in that department. But they're also playing Sam Houston State. What everyone talked about, kind of John Mateer versus Michigan. How is Oklahoma going to be able to run John Mateer 19 times a game? Well, they're not, but in certain games they're going to run him a bunch because they need him. I think it'll be kind of like that with Arch Manning. As bad as this offense has been, as inaccurate as as Arch Manning has been, as bad as his ability has been to make the correct reads this season, he doesn't need to run the ball once this game, realistically, or at least you should be able to get out of this game without running him once. But yeah, we can get into the recruiting visitor list. I got it pulled up here. Going to be 5 commits in town to our count right now. 3 interior D linemen, James Johnson, Dylan Berriman, Corey Wells. Those are 3 – or yeah, that's all 3 of the interior D line commits that have visited elsewhere. Up to this point, Rodney Cleveland is the only one of the 4 D line commits that has not taken a visit elsewhere. He's also the highest ranked of the bunch, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
So those 3 will be in town. Corey Wells is going to be in town with his brother, Chris Wells, the linebacker, committed to South Alabama. He's in the same grade as Corey, but he's a year older. It's exactly like the Carter Stewart, Chris Stewart dynamic. And then at corner, Samari Matthews, his first ever game day visit to Texas, his 3rd ever time visiting Texas. He was there in April and then the OV, and then this will be his first game back. And then arguably the most important visitor, Derek Cooper. He'll be taking his official visit. It will start tomorrow. Chaminade Madonna's off on a bye week, so this is kind of the week that made the most sense for both parties involved. It's crazy as it is. It's his 2nd ever visit at Texas.
Yeah.
He's only made it by once in April, committed in June without taking – or in end of July without taking an OV in June. And, I mean, now it'll be his 2nd ever time in Austin, first game day visit, and, he'll be in town the entire weekend. CB asked, isn't Wells supposed to flip to Auburn? Yes, but Texas has put up a really good fight in that one, and they might actually hold on to him. To be honest, I think, like, even if on Monday we see Hayes Fawcett post a graphic where it's like Corey Wells tells me his recruitment shut down, he's locked in, he's on the sign with Texas, it means nothing. That one's going all the way till signing day, just like a fair amount of other recruitments in this class, Derek Cooper, James Johnson, etc. But getting him back on campus, I mean, nonetheless, it has to be looked at as a positive, especially with his brother. Auburn's offering his brother a scholarship. He'd be a scholarship take there. To our knowledge, Texas has only offered a PWO, and we don't really expect them to offer him a scholarship. Maybe this weekend they increase their NIL offer for Corey, or they make one to Chris Wells, like we've talked about. Some of these schools will offer walk-ons NIL that equates to basically a scholarship. Maybe we see some of that, but kind of in wait-and-see mode with the Wells camp and the Texas program. Another 2026 linebacker that'll be in town, Braylon Hodge, Michigan State commit out of Cherry Creek, Denver area high school that produced Gunnar Helm. I don't know. Anything you got on Braylon Hodge at all? Have you been able to watch his tape?
I've not been able to watch his tape. I think I maybe saw a couple plays, but not much in terms of the recruitment of this one. Michigan sent out that offer the same day as Texas. I mean, it seems like those two schools are kind of now the front runners in his recruitment, maybe even ahead of Michigan State. It's a guy that's not from Michigan. He's from the state of Colorado. So it's not like the Michigan State thing is going to play a huge part into it. But Michigan is always going to be the other school and provide more opportunities. Usually when you're tasked between choosing between those two schools, you're going to pick the boys in Ann Arbor. Texas has obviously done a good job, getting him on campus this soon. Probably won't be last time if things go well this weekend. I know he's mentioned being down for, I don't know if I'm getting lost here.
You froze for a little bit.
Might come in town for the A&M game. And yeah, I had a feeling I froze for a little bit there. Just a small hiccup. But yeah, may not be the last time Braylon Hodge is on campus. Just need this one to go pretty well.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, they're not going to be they don't have a home game for the entire month of October. And you can't officially visit for the Texas OU game either. So him taking an unofficial this weekend, Hank and I haven't heard a ton on this, but starting to kind of, you really think about it, it's like if they're going to flip him, it would make a lot of sense for it to happen this weekend. Because if not, they can't officially visit him until November. And I doubt he's going to take that long to make up his mind. So, we're going to have stories ready. You might be on Flip Watch. We're going to check in some more with our West Coast guys, our West Coast national guys at 24/7 before writing some stuff up. But Braylon Hodge, I think, is definitely on Flip Watch this weekend. Arguably the biggest name of the 2027 guys that will be in attendance, Kavian Bryant, Texas's QB1, or number one QB target in 2027, out of Palestine Westwood out in East Texas, down to Texas, Texas Tech, SMU, and Florida State. Texas Tech and Florida State are kind of viewed as the 1 and 2 with Texas and SMU behind. For Kavian, his priorities, he wants to play early, and he also, he's a borderline 5-star QB. He wants to be paid like it. Texas Tech is going to be very aggressive. They have been very aggressive, and I think there's no question that they'll do whatever it takes to make sure they have the highest offer. In Texas, they're not going to do that as much as they do value and like him. Like, they have to have money aside for Diabell the year before, who's ranked even higher and has an even higher price tag. And financially, it does not make much of, if any, sense to be paying 2 5-star QBs 5-star QB money when only one player can be playing at a time, or only one quarterback can play at a time. So you got to kind of structure year over year with the cap and everything else. And does Texas have the funds to make it happen? Yeah, I'm sure they do if they want to get in a bidding war with Texas Tech. But financially, it's not the smart decision. In Texas, they're going to operate within their means, within their budget, and what they think is financially smart. And that's the same reason that KJ Edwards ended up at A&M and Kendall Garville went to Florida. For some of these guys, they're not going to play these games. For others, they will. Is QB the biggest position of need? Arch Manning hasn't been great, and Diabell's had 2 back-to-back season-ending injuries in a row. But I don't think I think it's far from the biggest position of need. So with Kavian Bryant, I'm expecting him to end up at Tech. And I know this isn't a great thing to say because he's visiting Texas this weekend. But that's where this thing is trending. It's where it's going. And if it isn't going to Texas Tech, it would trend to Florida State before Texas at this point, or at least that's the read I and just about the entire industry have. So, Texas, they're going to put up their best shot, but hard to expect Bryant to end up in burnt orange right now. Some receivers, some 3 stars, but really solid prospects. Tay Ellis at a Crowley. He's an 89 3-star for us. I think he could finish as a 4. Really, really twitchy receiver, has tested great. Plays at a Crowley program that loses a lot of their top players to North Crowley. So he kind of is the main guy the defense has to focus on, and he's facing, bracket coverage and double teams more than he ever has as a junior. Chris Jackson, they love him. The Texas staff loves him, and it feels it almost feels like he's kind of the 2027 class's Chris Stewart, where like physically he's not going to wow you, but he'll test pretty well, and he produces every Friday night. And they kind of have similar personalities, I'd say, too, where they kind of chip on their shoulders, and they're similar body types, similar frames, similar types of projectable receivers. And then Aiden Starling, your guy, Chris Stewart's teammate at Shadow Creek, Houston commit. Texas offered him at the camp on June 1st. It'll be his first time back since then. And then 2 top 247 offensive tackles. Brian Swanson out of South Oak Cliff in Dallas. He was the first in-state offensive tackle that Texas offered in 2027. He picked it up after camping June 1st, 2024 at the June 1st Elite Camp. He's always wanted to play in the SEC and somewhere close to home. So, for about 2 years now, OU, Texas, and Texas A&M have been the schools in contention for him. And, nothing has changed. Like, that's still the same. So, Texas getting him to campus is important. He's at the Georgia game last year, but I think this is his second ever game. And he's also expected to be in a Fair Park the second weekend of October when Texas OU plays at the State Fair. The other lineman, even more interesting, Ismail Kamara, the Frenchman, originally from France, grew up playing soccer, basketball. I think might have done like Taekwondo as well or something like that. I might be confusing with Valden Sound. But he's from France, moved to the United States, was at Clearwater Academy in Florida for either a few months or his freshman season, something like that. Then ends up in Gilmer, where he's been at as of late. Was suspended from varsity play by the UIL for his sophomore year, but is playing varsity as a junior. True left tackle projection, kind of like Brian Swanson. Flood, of the in-state offensive tackles, I think he's 4th or 5th in the rankings because it's a really good 2027 in-state offensive tackle group. But, Kyle Flood and Texas are not recruiting him like he's the number 4 in-state offensive tackle. He might be 1 on their board. He's high up there. And with him, it's a national recruitment, Texas A&M. Oklahoma, Ohio State. He pretty much has every offer under the sun. He's not related to Curtis Brown, but there is someone in Ismail Kamara's life that's, I guess, a guardian, mentor figure, whatever you want to call it. He lives with this guy who had helped out Curtis Brown in kind of a similar situation where some things popped up, and he helped him with his situation. I believe Curtis Brown also lived with this guy. And, that same mentor is who's kind of responsible for Kamara. So, Texas and Gilmer, there's been a lot of connections there. Chris Boyd, forget Chris Boyd's brother that they also took. I forget his first name, and Curtis Brown. So, they're relying on those connections. And last but certainly not least, Eli Johnson, the number 2 ranked safety in the state of Texas for the junior class, out of Cibolo Steel. About 6'2", 6'3", 190. Right now, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and Ohio State are kind of his main schools. Talked with someone very close to his recruitment a few days ago and was told Ohio State is the leader right now, and that person is kind of somewhat confident that that's where he's going to end up. But long way to go. He's not intending to commit until June or at least the summer of next year. So, yeah, that's what we got so far for the visitor list.
3 more, though.
Teams added.
3 more non-football players. It's a huge weekend for basketball recruiting for Sean Miller in Texas. This is the first time this year that they've had more than 2 prospects come up in the same weekend. And it's 3 big ones. Anthony Thompson, 5-star small forward out of Western Reserve Academy in Hudson, Ohio. He ranks as the number 7 overall prospect in the country in the 2026 rankings for basketball. Texas is in between stops at North Carolina, Ohio State, Michigan, and Kentucky. So it's all blue bloods in Texas here, unless you don't want to consider Ohio State one. It's the home state school. Texas is considered to be kind of trailing by a good amount to all the other schools involved here, and I think some were kind of surprised that he went through with this visit or is expected to go through with this visit 24 hours out. But Texas has a fair chance this would be the biggest addition since Trey Johnson to the program, and you could make a very good case that he's even bigger than Trey Johnson. After him, Darren Rippey out of Blair Academy in New Jersey, number 2 point guard in the country, also ranks within the top 20. All over for him. He's seen Miami, he's seen North Carolina, he will see Cuse, Kentucky, Tennessee, Duke, and NC State. And once again, Texas really not expected to get this one done. But you never know. They're going to take 2 high school guys, I believe, and they will be very competitive for NIL for both of them. I would expect it to forward and a guard So you have the formula here with those two, and then Josiah Jarvis out of New York. I believe he's actually a Bronx native that plays in White Plains now at a prep school up there. Kind of same thing. Texas is trailing with all three of these guys, and they're fighting, big time programs that have years and years of proven success, like Tennessee, like Florida, even in Oregon in here. Really interested to see if Texas can make waves with one of these guys, but at this point, would not expect them to earn a commitment from any of them.
Yeah, hey, Sean Miller, getting things rolling with the Texas Hoops program. Want to get into some fun facts because I'll be making a road trip tomorrow.
Go for it.
Record gets shattered. So Jermaine Bishop, the Texas 5-star athlete commit, is expected to break the all-time receiving record for the greater Houston area tomorrow. They're going to play the Woodlands. He's currently entering this game 68 yards away from being the Houston area's all-time leading receiver. Of the numbers next to me, just going to list out the top 10. I currently have 9 of the names. That's what I was working on before I hopped on the show. Will, I can't remember if we already talked about this, but do you want to guess who Jermaine is currently number 2 behind and whose record he'll break as the all-time leading receiver for the Houston area?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, a lot of the guys that I'm thinking of all time, Shipley, JSN, guys like that, none of them are Houston area. So I don't know.
Andrew Marsh.
Really?
Right? That's what I saw. But hey, 4-year varsity starter. Thought it was kind of interesting because either 1 or 2 of those seasons were not played in technically UIL play. It was an outlaw schedule. But hey, they count it. Micah Hudson is also, I think, 13th or 14th all time in receiving yards, and he was in the same boat where he only played, he played a year, or he only played 2 or 3 years of actual UIL play in the district. But I mean, it counts. And fun fact, one of those years, since they were both dealing with an outlaw schedule, Katie Jordan and Lake Belton actually played each other twice during Micah Hudson, or that would have been Andrew Marsh's freshman year. But yeah, pretty nuts. All right, some other names on this list. Just going to share my screen so it's easier. And by the way, Jermaine Bishop is currently why can't I zoom? Jermaine Bishop is currently at 3,519 receiving yards. And I said earlier, he needs 68 to top Andrew Marsh. This is a story I'm working on for when he breaks it. But here's a list of other names. The top 9 all-time receivers from the Houston area. Andrew Marsh, kind of a surprise, but I mean, 4-year starter. CeeDee Lamb is currently number 3. He'll be number 3 once Jermaine goes from 2 to 1. AJ Dugat, had never heard of him. Looked him up. Apparently went to Houston. Was kicked off Houston's football team by Kevin Sumlin around his freshman year, right as his freshman year ended. Lewis Williams out of Conroe. He went to Abilene Christian and then was at a JUCO last year. I believe Blinn. I can't find if he's even playing football in 2025. But I don't remember that kid. I didn't even know he existed. Cody Jackson, another Richmond Foster guy, another Oklahoma receiver like CeeDee Lamb, has not had the same success as CeeDee Lamb, but that one makes sense. And then Matt Golden out of Klein Kane. He is the 7th all-time leading receiver for the Houston area. Landon Etzel out of Clear Creek. I had never heard of this kid. Apparently, he's a great baseball player, and I think is playing like in minor league somewhere. I might be wrong.
Still, really?
At one point. Yeah, he did graduate high school in 2015, so maybe not. But some baseball stuff popped up. And then this one really shocked me. The number 9 all-time leading receiver is Quanell Farrakhan Jr. Yes, his dad is Quanell X Farrakhan, the activist. I think he's a lawyer now. I don't know what other stuff he does. Farrakhan went to Conroe Grand Oaks his freshman year, the Woodlands his sophomore and junior year, and North Shore his senior year. And they expose this loophole in the UIL where you don't have to get cleared to transfer if you transfer in from an online school. So he would play the first semester, would go to school the first semester, would unenroll from the school at Christmas break, would enroll in a online school and then he would transfer into his next school around spring break, right when spring ball was ramping up. And that's how he was able to transfer 3 times and never sit out. So, yeah. And I was still working on the list for number 10, but man, Jermaine, pretty damn good. Also, some other stats here. He is 50 receptions away from being 15th all-time in career receptions in Texas high school football history. And he's 813 yards away from being 10th all-time in career receiving yards. When he breaks into the top 10 all-time for career receiving yards, he'll be the only player that played 6A on that list besides Jackson Smith and Jigba, who I believe was the second receiver drafted in whatever draft he was in out of Ohio State. And he went to Rockwall. So pretty damn good. And I mean, the whole thing with Jermaine, it's crazy because as good as he is at receiver, he might be better at cornerback. And he might not. I mean, I at this point, I expect him to play receiver at Texas, but I mean, there's a chance he never does. And he's a top 10 all-time leading receiver in Texas high school football history who ends up having a career in college and the pros as a corner. So, I mean, just fascinating with Bishop and telling of the level of athlete, the level of prospect he is, because I mean, I couldn't tell you the amount of people who thought Willis and Bishop's stats were going to fall off after DJ Lagway left. He had 1,414 yards his sophomore year during Lagway's senior year. He leaves the next year. He has 1,565, almost 150 more yards. And they played the same amount of games too at his sophomore and junior year. So, really good. And also a player, I've some guys I'm excited to see tomorrow. The Woodlands, their quarterback is TCU QB commit Jack Dalton. Either high 3-star or low 4 for us. Really interesting player. I wouldn't say he's an elite passer. He's definitely better than Mabry Matoya was as a passer coming out. And he's a better athlete. I mean, Jack Dalton, I believe, has gone like 10.7 or 10.8. He's run sub 11 in the 100 and has also tested exceptionally well. And then for Willis, they have a Maryland guard commit named Dejon Moore. Yeah, he's Will. You're on mute.
Dejon Moore, of course.
Yeah, he committed to Maryland, I believe. I assume to play guard. I mean, the kid's only like 6'2.5", 6'3". They have an Arkansas tight end commit, Javian Martin. Used to be at Pflugerville. Ended up moving out to Willis for his senior year. Had some things kind of happen with his home life, but he's now in a different situation. He's at Willis. He's also playing defensive end for them, and he had a pick 6 last week, and he's going into game 4 of the season with like 5.5 sacks. So him and Jermaine are going both ways. And then at quarterback, apologies for not knowing this kid's name off the top of my head, but they have a freshman playing QB. Apparently, it's the only freshman starting at quarterback in the Houston area at the 6A level.
Really?
Apparently. And his dad, apologies for not knowing his name. His dad played at A&M and in the NFL for 7 years, and his dad is in the A&M Hall of Honor. So going to be getting my first look at that kid. And I believe he moved in from Arizona, or at least I was told he was, at some point in middle school. And he was offered by Arizona State this summer going into his 8th grade year. So, hey, maybe Willis has another elite national recruit at quarterback. He's a freshman, so, and he's a bigger kid too. Looks about 6'1", 6'2", and filled out already, pretty nicely. So, Jake Bayless asked, what does he project to be when he gets to campus? A Dre Archer, Tavon Austin type. So, I mean, due to the fact that Jermaine Bishop is 5'11" and, I mean, like 165, 170 pounds soaking wet, at least early on, he kind of has to operate out of the slot if he's playing offense. And even, I mean, if he's at Texas, 3 years from now playing receiver, I still think he'll exclusively be operating out of the slot just because he's a smaller guy. And his 0 to 60 is great. The top end speed's great. And he's just electric. One of the truly probably the twitchiest player I've ever covered in my years covering high school football. And then on defense, if he were to stick at defense, he'd be a corner, nickel, or safety. He hits and plays a lot bigger than his size, but, I mean, they're going to have a good idea of where to put him if he's on defense. He could really do it all. It's just what they're going to be most comfortable with his frame. But I honestly, I think he's going to end up playing offense. When guys are this talented, this dynamic with the ball in their hands, they almost never want the ball taken out of their hands. And on top of that, if their coach has a brain, their coach will almost never want the ball taken out of his hands. So with Bishop, I think we'll be a full-time receiver. To be honest, I don't think we'll ever see someone do what Travis Hunter did, where they're full-time both ways and don't really come off the field. I've said it before, we'll never see another Travis Hunter again, but Jermaine Bishop is probably the closest thing we'll ever see to him. So could Jermaine end up by his junior year at Texas, play maybe 10 snaps at corner or safety a game? I think so, but full-time both ways is probably unrealistic. No matter what, though, I think he's going to be a kick returner and punt returner regardless of what his full-time position is, just because he's so dynamic. And Dree Archer, I'd say no. I'd say he's closer to Tavon Austin, but, I mean, it's hard to comp him. I believe the comp for our scouting team that they came up with for Bishop is Jordan Addison, which kind of makes some sense.
Makes some sense. Yeah.
Similar frames.
I've got some background for you. I know it's not Texas related, it's A&M related. But the Willis 2029 quarterback that you're referring to, Link Frazier, Linc, Link Frazier, as you said, moved in from Arizona. They were out in Chandler over there. His father, Derek Frazier, as you mentioned, in the Hall of Honor for Texas A&M, played cornerback there. Was a third pick for the Philadelphia Eagles in 1993, hung around in the league for a couple of years. But there you have it. Derek Frazier, if that name rings a bell for anyone, now you know he's got a son playing quarterback at Willis that Jordan's going to see tomorrow night.
Yeah. And apparently there's a little Lagway playing as well for Willis. They got another Lagway. He's at receiver or DB, though. But yeah, excited to get down there. Willis and Woodlands, I think, has sneakily been one of the better rivalries in Texas the last few years. Last two games have been absolute bangers. They were one-score games. And, I mean, it's blue-collar versus white-collar. And, like, there's some real hate there between these teams, these programs, and these towns. So I'm excited to see it. It's at Willis for the first time in 2 years. Because, you know, each year every 2 years is a realignment. And after Willis got the home game in 2022, the Woodlands had it in 23-24. So now it's Willis's turn. So excited to see them. You want to talk about some games this weekend outside of the Texas game? I
do, but I don't think, just for the record, I don't think Willis Woodlands is a white collar, blue collar battle. I think they're both white collar.
I don't know, man. You been at Willis lately or been out there?
I know the area. And I think I don't think I'd call them blue collar just yet.
They're blue collar compared to the Woodlands.
Compared to the Woodlands, of course, but I don't think it's a working class battle. I'll say that.
Okay.
Nevertheless, tonight we have some action in the college football realm. I've been on this one all week, and I can't wait for it tonight in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Rice Owls head. Rice, a 2.5-point favorite in this one. It is the only FBS game on tonight at 6:30 on ESPN. Tickets are as low as $6, so I might actually just make my way out to Charlotte and see this one. My boy Chase Jenkins, starting at quarterback for Rice. One of the most doubted players I can ever remember, got turned down by just about everyone, went to every camp in the country, and heard more no's than most people could take. It turns out to be this Division I quarterback. Rice moved him to receiver after a year. I think they played him at running back a little bit. He's starting there now. He's in a complete Jalen Hurts role. He's not, he's not thrown for over 100 yards in a single game yet. But they've hung in there, and the offense has been respectable. They've struggled against Houston, but they've had two other pretty good games. Really like Chase Jenkins, really like this Rice team, and looking forward to seeing what they do tonight. Tomorrow night, we've got two Power 4 matchups. Tulsa at Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, an 11.5-point favorite. Probably the last time that Oklahoma State will be favored in a game this year. Tulsa, I believe, has hung with them the last 2 or 3 years. I know there's been some changes there in terms of coaching, but would be very interested to see how this one plays out. Same thing with Iowa at Rutgers. This is one of those Big Ten games that will mean absolutely nothing in a few months from now, and to be honest, means nothing now.
First to score like 9 points. Fun fact, Will, this Tulsa Oklahoma State game, revenge game. You want to guess who the running back is for Tulsa?
Lloyd Avant. No, he's a Colorado State. Just go ahead and
Dominic Richardson. He's still playing football.
Really?
Yeah, he pretty much lost his spot to Ollie Gordon once he came onto the scene, and they're like, oh, this guy's way better than him. Dominic Richardson transferred, went to Baylor, and then did not play behind Bryson Washington and really Richard Reese.
Pendergrass, yeah.
And Pendergrass, too. And then he's since transferred to Tulsa. Leading rusher of both teams entering this game, 53 carries, 296 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And I've been told, I mean, Colin talked about it too last week. If Mike Gundy loses this game, it has apparently been communicated to him through the Oklahoma State brass. He's getting fired on the field. So we want Tulsa to win this because, I mean, can y'all imagine the live video feed of when they cut to Mike Gundy on the field and they're telling him he's done, how he's going to react? Like, it doesn't get better than that. So I think we're all rooting for the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes tomorrow night. Saturday games, Texas Tech, Utah is kind of the headliner for the 11 a.m.
I'd say I think that SMU TCU game is going to be real exciting. When we saw that last year, I can't believe the point total in this game. The line is only 64.5. I think SMU scored that last year. It was something crazy like 62-40 or something like that. I've not been impressed with SMU to this point. I don't think their offense looks any better than it did a year ago, and maybe even a bit worse. I know they did a whole lot offensively in that game against Baylor, but and I did not watch that entire game, just watched the highlights. Just didn't think anything looks different for Kevin Jennings. TCU favored in this game by a touchdown. Pretty surprised. And this is the last game, so it means a ton more. I think TCU cares about this game more, and I think they're going to get the win.
I want SMU to win, but it'll be a good one. SMU is concerning me. Like they think they only beat Missouri State 28-10. Missouri State's an FCS school. They also played them in Missouri. Like, what the fuck is that about? It's like when Mizzou went to UMass last year. Like, what is going on here?
Or when Oklahoma went to Temple last week.
Yeah, but at least Temple's like an FBS program. You know what I mean?
Missouri State's an FBS program.
They are now?
They are. This is their first year as an FBS program.
Okay. Still. All right. Tech Utah is the only ranked matchup at 11 a.m. in Utah. Apparently, this is the best opponent Tech is going to play this year. Let me pull up their schedule. And apparently, it's the same thing for Utah as well, where they're each other's best game they'll play this year. Yeah, you look at Tech's schedule, Utah is quite literally the only ranked team on here. That is kind of wild. And you look at Utah's schedule, and Texas Tech is the only ranked team on their schedule.
It's still early on, and there will be a couple more Big 12 teams ranked, but
that is true.
But I will say, I don't think that these two teams will be the best two teams in the Big 12 come late November. Just because I think Tech will drop at least 3 or 4.
These are Tech's remaining games after Utah. At Houston, versus Kansas, at Arizona State, versus Oklahoma State, at K-State, versus BYU, versus UCF, and at West Virginia. These are the teams that are actually going to have a chance of getting ranked at any point this year. Not Kansas, not maybe Houston.
Why not Kansas?
Jalen Daniels is going to get hurt again. Just watch.
Okay.
At Arizona State, they have a shot. Oklahoma State will not be ranked. Neither will K-State. Maybe BYU. UCF, doubtful. West Virginia, doubtful. So realistically, we're looking at 1, maybe 2 teams they could play that'll be a ranked game after this Utah game. Look at Utah's schedule. They have at West V versus Arizona State, at BYU, Colorado, Cincinnati, at Baylor, K-State, and at Kansas. So they maybe have 2 to 3 teams that can be ranked after this game for Utah. So the Tech-Utah game, I don't know what the Big 12 standings look like. I'm not going to try to predict them. But this game is going to have some pretty big ramifications on the Big 12 championship game. So it'll be a big win for either team if they can pull it out. And it's in Salt Lake City at 11 a.m. Tech's lucky they didn't get a 7. All right, Arkansas, Memphis. At Memphis, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we like Arkansas here. Yeah, I do think you're going to see this later in the season more than ever. You saw it last season for sure. There's value in having an old quarterback, and that's what Taylor Green is. He's an old fella at this point, second year at Arkansas, and I think it was a lot of just mechanical issues last year. When you realize that you can just run him up the gut and he doesn't even have to slide, it makes things a lot easier. That offense is just clicking, just like they did last year. If Arkansas could get a defense together, they would have a legitimate chance to win the SEC. They just have no defense at all. I know Memphis is like the fun team to root for. They're always like the group of five that sticks around. But give me Arkansas in this game. I can't even see it right now. I don't see the spread.
7.5.
Yeah, I mean we're taking that for Arkansas all day. And I honestly kind of disrespected that it's that low. I mean, like I said, I know Memphis is good. Silverfield's doing a great job over there. But this is an SEC program playing at home.
No, they're playing in Memphis.
Oh, they're playing in Memphis. Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a little bit more interesting.
If anyone can find a way to lose a game they have no business losing, it's Sam Pittman, Bobby Petrino, and Taylor Green. I'm not sold on the offense. I think Ole Miss is built like a Big 12 team with no defense, and that hasn't really been exposed yet. So it was a great performance last week, but that might be the most that Arkansas scores this year. And
I don't know, man. They score close to 50 just about every game. But we will see.
10 versus Texas last year at home.
Yeah, I said almost everyone.
Yeah. All right, Maryland, Wisconsin. We'll just speed through these and pick them.
I mean, the Wisconsin quarterback situation is odd. Having to bring Danny O'Neal in because of the injury to Edwards, and Billy Edwards was the starter at Maryland last year. So if he plays a little bit of a revenge game, I mean, I know Washington's look good as a one of the only true freshmen in the country, but this one's in Camp Randall. I know it's a day game, but this one is probably all Wisconsin, and we're getting close to mark on the end of the Mike Loxley era at Maryland. Maybe after this game. Bowling Green at Louisville. This one should actually be fun. Bowling Green blew out Liberty last week. And still they're being disrespected against Louisville, 26.5-point dogs. This one is in Louisville. I think this will be a much closer game than 26 points. So, I'll be tuned into that one. Oregon at Oregon State at 2 p.m. This is maybe the last test for this Oregon State group. They got absolutely smoked in Lubbock last week. I think they were trailing by 40 at one point. I think the final ended up being 45-14. This Oregon State team is real bad. They're as bad as it gets for a team that will be in the 5th Power 4 division or conference next year. They're worse than basically all the Pac-12 teams, the new Pac-12 teams, and they're not going to play a good game against Oregon. I've been very high on Oregon the whole year, and I think this one could be almost as ugly as the Oklahoma State game.
All right, Clemson, Syracuse, because Clemson is 17.5 favorites at home.
Yeah. I really don't know in this game because I don't trust either team. I've seen Syracuse. I have not been impressed with Syracuse. I saw what they did against UMass. And week one, saw what they did against Tennessee, and left both those games thinking, man, Common Core was the only reason they were good last year. They don't have an elite quarterback. I know they've got old boy from Notre Dame. This is not going to do it against the Dabo Swinney-led team. If Clemson loses this game, you've got to let him go now. Starting the season off 1-3, I just don't think you can recover from. But I don't imagine, as good as Fran Brown is, and as great of a future as he has, I don't think this is the win that marks his the start of his coach as a Big Ten or SEC. I don't think that's going to happen this week. Auburn at Oklahoma. This one was a great game.
Real quick,
yeah.
If Clemson loses and is 1-3, what is Dabo saying in the press conference?
This
entire week he's been like, I know we lost, but 8 of the last 10 conference championships.
There's a lot of value in what he's saying. I think there's reason for Clemson fans to be upset, but there's, he has to stick up for himself. He can't say you guys are right. I mean, It's true. I mean, they've dominated the ACC. They have a true dynasty in an era of college football where dynasties are harder to come by. He and Nick Saban and maybe Kirby are the only three coaches to do it. It's going to take a lot for Dabo to be gone there. I think people have not realized that. That he has so much support. That is a very vocal minority that's calling into those shows and telling him that they want him gone.
We need
Dabo is Clemson football.
We need Tyler from Spartanburg back too.
Yeah.
This is classic Dabo one. Where are you at? Auburn,
Oklahoma. Oklahoma 6.5-point favorites. This one's in Norman. Super exciting game last year that ended in the Kip 6 with Kip Lewis closing that game out to give Oklahoma's first SEC win last year. I think this is a much bigger game for Oklahoma than it is in Auburn, given that Oklahoma is expected to win this game by a touchdown at that. I think I've given my take on my tier before. I don't think he's a big game guy, and I think this is a big game. I'm not saying I like Auburn outright here, but I do think this one is going to be very high scoring, and I think it's going to be very close. I can't believe I'm rooting for Jackson Arnold in a game that's being played in Norman, Oklahoma. But after what he did to Baylor week 1, I really do think, and that's not a good defense. I want to preface all this by saying Baylor's not a good defense, and I don't think Auburn has really played a good defense at this point. But I do think he can do some of those things he did in week 1 against Oklahoma. And man, is there anyone more motivated this week? I mean, really, is there anyone, any quarterback at least, that has more on the line than Jackson Arnold does this week in Norman?
No, but I like the Sooners. They're pretty damn confident going into this game. And you're probably like, what do you mean by that? Well, they know they're playing Jackson Arnold. They had Jackson Arnold in their program for 2 years and recruited him for 2 years. They know his strengths and weaknesses better than literally anyone else in this entire world, right? They also will, listen to this. This is, I think, what is the most concerning thing if you're an Auburn fan or pulling for Jackson Arnold. Oklahoma has strategically set it up where they're hosting more official visitors this weekend than any other weekend in the season. They have more visitors on campus, unofficial too, than any other game this season. And it's a 2:30 kick. It's not a 7 o'clock. You don't do that and get as many guys to campus as you can unless it's a game you're confident in winning and smoking the ass of the opponent. And one thing I am pissed off about, I can't even bet on the over or under on interceptions for Jackson Arnold, because if I could, I would have the over in pretty much every parlay I create this weekend.
All right.
He's going to throw an interception. And if he doesn't, it's because Hugh Freeze schemed up the offense wherever he throws behind the line of scrimmage or within 5 or 10 yards so that he can't do dumb shit and make dumb Jackson Arnold decisions. So I'm curious what it'll look like. I've seen some of this too, Nathan, where the O-line and whatnot, but Auburn's defense is really good, and the teams are kind of set up almost in a similar way. I think Oklahoma's personnel is better and their coaching is better, but Auburn has NFL players on their interior D-line and on their defense. That wasn't the case really a year or even 2 years ago, and I mean the offense is kind of like a misfit toy offense, but I don't know. We'll see. I do think OU is going to win just because they're going to be able to stop that offense. I feel good about that. All right, we're going to speed through these because we're already over 11.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
before we get out of here.
Go ahead.
On the same page.
All right, I'm going to say the name of the teams playing in this game and the location. You're going to give me the winner. Tulane at number 13 Ole Miss, 2:30 kick.
Yeah, this one's Ole Miss. Tulane will put up a fight. They played great against Duke, but this one's all Ole Miss.
All right, number 21 Michigan at your Nebraska Cornhuskers, 2:30 kick.
For now, we're taking Nebraska in this one. The public is all over the Huskers, and I mean, I'm not gonna have anything on this game. I think it's a true toss-up. It just feels like one that after Nebraska's not able to win any of these, they're gonna do this one.
All right, Missouri, number 23 Missouri at South Carolina, 6 o'clock kick.
Oh, this one's Missouri. I know Slurs is still questionable to play. If he is playing, he's not going to be 100% there. Coming a week out of a concussion. And I've been more impressed with the Mizzou offense than anyone in the SEC. So give me the Tigers.
Florida at number 4, Miami, 6:30 kick.
Miami and by the spread. I don't know how you send DJ Lagalele out there for another week after the 5-pick game. But Billy Napier is very upset if you're asking for anything else. Yeah, give me Miami in this one and give it to me by a lot.
Number 9, Illinois at number 19, Indiana, 6:30 kick.
Yeah, I like Illinois outright in this game. I have been more impressed with Luke Altmaier than I have with just about anyone in the Big Ten. Just like I was saying with Taylor Green, it means so much to have a old quarterback, and that's what Luke Altmaier is. I believe he actually started at Indiana too. I could be wrong, but I think that's where he started out. Like you said, this one's in Bloomington, but that's not Indiana Memorial Stadium is not exactly a fortress. Yeah, give me Illinois here outright.
Arizona State at Baylor, 6:30 kick.
Give me Baylor here. I think they are hotter, and I think Arizona State doesn't know their identity at all. That being said, Arizona State can take over a game if they just get the Leavitt-Tyson connection going. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Baylor wins this one. It'll be close. It'll be high scoring.
All right. Well, that'll be it for today's show. If you tune
how
in,
about one more? Sam Houston State at Texas, 7:00 kick under the lights in DKR. Give me Texas 42-10.
We'll see. Well, everyone who tuned in today, Jack Burton, Jake Bayless, CB, Nathan, Bevo Lance, Jason, Longhorn Bear. We appreciate you a ton. Magic Man ATX as well. I see you. Y'all have a great Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow. Nick and I will. Up next, we've got this week's edition of Horns 24/7 flagship podcast with Chip Brown and Eric Henry. So go check that out. Speaking of Chip, we'll be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. And, yeah, we'll see you. Peace and have a good one.